Hey everyone, welcome to Coding Jitsu channel. In today's video, we are going to learn about SolidJS and SolidStart. If you're not familiar with SolidJS, it's a modern UI framework, sort of like an alternative to React. And just as Next.js is to React, SolidStart is to SolidJS. SolidStart gives you server-side rendering, API routes, and all the full-stack capabilities you would expect from a framework like Next.js, but for Solid. Now, before we dive into learning this technology, let me walk you through how this video is structured. We'll cover three main sections. First section is why Solid. I'll explain why I'm excited about this technology, its benefits over React, and the reason I'm going to bring comparison between React and Solid is because React is the framework I go to primarily, and Next.js is the framework that I write my code in a daily basis, and by far the most popular one out there. With that said, I'll also give my take on whether you should consider migrating from React to SolidJS at this point, in my opinion, all right? And the second section is going to be core concept of SolidJS. So as you can see here, Solid has a nice little tutorial built into their website. So we'll go through the fundamentals using Solid's official tutorial. The great thing about Solid is that it supports JSX syntax and React-like hooks. So if you're coming from React, you will feel right at home. But don't worry, if you're a beginner, we'll start from the basics. And the third section is building a full stack project. So this is where we put everything into practice. We'll use SolidStart to build a complete project. With that said, let me give you a nice little demo of what we are going to build. And full disclosure, this project is inspired by a project that Next published under their learning platform. So here we are. As you can see here, we have a nice little marketing homepage here. This is responsive. As you can see, the image changed with the mobile version. It looks like this. And there is a call to action button, dashboard, which will take us to our main page, dashboard page right here. Let's talk about left to right, all right? So on the left-hand section, we have our imaginary company, Acme. We have three pages. So home page is the one that you're looking at right now. We have invoices page and we have a customers page. On the home, we have also three sections. So this is the card. So each one is a card that is fetching data directly from our database. We are using Postgres database in this case. We have a recent revenue and we have a latest revenue. I'm going to go ahead and refresh this page, and you can see here the latest invoice is actually taking a little while to load. And that's because I have introduced an artificial delay to show you that even if one fetch kind of takes a longer time, that won't take the entire application down with it. You can achieve that with SolidStart, so partial rendering. It's not going to take your entire application down. Let's go to invoices. Now this is an interesting page, and we're going to spend most of our time on this particular page. Here we are going to be building a search functionality, and this is going to be a reusable component, and you will learn a lot of best practices even if you're not using SolidJS, right? If you're just building any web application that needed pagination or search, you will learn a lot from this section. So we have this search. Let's go ahead and take a look, and you see that it does search and bring up valid information here. I can also search by paid here. It is only going to show us status, and you can see here we have a pagination. This is hard-coded, only 6 items per page. You can obviously change it. I can go to page number 2. I can use this arrow to go one page ahead, forward and backwards. I can also go all the way to the end, all the way to the beginner page. All right, so we have this pagination, we have this nice little search component. If I hover over this, you can see that we have a cross section which will obviously delete the search term, and then we made it so it also work with escape key on our keyboard as well. All right, so from here, what we're going to demonstrate is CRUD. All right, so any web application, if you're dealing with a database, this is just the basic kind of a functionality you have to achieve, right? CRUD, which is C for create, R for read, update, and delete, right? So first, let me show you the create. So we can create an invoice by clicking on here. It takes us to a new page. And here you can take a look at the breadcrumbs here. We have invoices page, and we are in the create invoice page. Here we have 3 sections. If I don't fill out anything and try to create invoice, it does give us our native because we have added like a required field to this input. So let's go ahead and do like 99.99 and try it again. And this time it actually gives us an error. So please select a customer from here, and also please select an invoice status. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to do David Kim here, and then I'm going to keep that number. Let's go ahead and make this pending and create invoice. We have a nice little toast. In 2 seconds is redirecting to our invoice page right here with our latest invoice added. So here you can see David Kim, $9.99, and status is pending. So this is our create. So we're doing a post request create working. Let's go ahead and do our read. Read already done because it is showing us this information. We can read it. Now let's go and do update. And we can do this through this pencil icon. So if I click on here, it's going to take us to a new page, which is going to be, again, in invoices, inside invoices, update invoice. Now this particular page is special because it has already brought up that information. So if I go back, you take a look at David Kim. This is the invoice I want to edit. So if I do edit this, update invoice, David Kim for $9.99, and I'm going to just change this pending to say paid. And let's go ahead and do this, make it 1,000 like that, and update invoice. We have this toast, 2 seconds. Now you can see that we have 1,000 amount, status paid, so update complete. Now the last one is going to be delete. Now if I click on delete here, it gives us an alert, confirmation alert. Now take a look, it actually gives us the invoice that we clicked. Right? So are you sure you want to delete invoice from David Kim for that amount so that the user is 100% sure that, okay, they clicked on the right invoice? You can keep item like what it is right here. You can also delete them and it is gone from our invoice. All right. Nice little application where you can learn about full stack, how we are going to write all the SQL code and everything inside our SolidStart application. And let's go to our customer page. And as you can see here, if I click on the active link, also like have a border customer. So we can achieve that with activeClass, with anchor tag that comes with SolidStart or Solid Router. Here is just our customers. These are hard coded and I can search. Let's do Alex. It's going to show Alex. Let's do Sarah. And we have Sarah Williams like that. All right, it's pretty simple application, but we will learn a lot about SolidStart and how to work with. This one also has, as you can see here, Solid Dashboard examples. So we'll be working with Solid Meta, so injecting meta objects in the head element of this application and make it SEO compatible, right? These are all going to be rendered server side. So it's not only a client side application. All right, but we'll talk about how you can preload some data, of course, from SolidJS. We're going to talk about what a single flight mutation means. Those are the features that React or Next just do not have, but SolidStart gives you those benefits. All right, so if you are excited to see what we build here, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe, of course. And recently I've become the YouTube partner, so there is a thanks button. You can find it underneath this video. Go check it out if you like to, but obviously you can see from my subscriber count, I run a small YouTube channel, so your like, share, subscribes definitely help us a lot. So with that said, let's learn Solid. All right, so let's talk about SolidJS and its benefits. Specifically for me, why I chose SolidJS over something like React, Next.js. Why am I even looking into this one? So SolidJS, as you can see here, simple and performant reactivity for building user interfaces. So similar to React, right? Now, if you take a look at this, the signature of how you write your code in SolidJS is pretty similar to how you write your React code, right? And the best thing about SolidJS is that they also adopted JSX. And JSX is something that I like. I write code in JSX in React and Next.js, so I'm much more familiar with JSX. This is a React code if you're not familiar with JSX. So this is how you write your components, right? You just write a function with export default function, and here you will return JSX, which is pretty similar to HTML, how you write your HTML, right? JSX stands for JavaScript XML. Now in React, there are a little bit of difference. You have to write class name instead of class like you do in HTML, and then HTML4 for in labels and stuff like that. You won't have to do all this in SolidJS JSX. SolidJS JSX adaptation is true native HTML, so you can write classes instead of class name in your JSX, so which is really nice. So this is going to be my first reason why I chose SolidJS to make this video, and I'm learning to make my application in SolidJS, is because the learning curve is not that high, right? All right, so let's talk about the second reason, and the main reason is going to be the performance. The performance boost you get for using something like Solid is incredible. If you take a look at here, SolidJS and Svelte is right up there. The only thing faster than SolidJS is going to be your vanilla.js. That means you don't use any framework, you just write vanilla JavaScript. And that's obviously going to be faster because that a browser understands. Now, SolidJS and Svelte, they do compile down to vanilla.js, and that's why they are very performant. There is one more reason why they're performant, right? So if you're coming from React, you can see that React is down there. Vue.js also is better than React, but it's not as fast as Svelte or Solid. But Vue, React both uses something called virtual DOM. So if you don't know what virtual DOM is, here's a little visual for you. So here is the DOM. Now this is the original DOM. This is the browser creates this nodes, right, for your web page. So you have your component, you have this component nested, and you have other nested component. What React or Vue.js do, they create this virtual DOM which sits in between your original DOM and your code base. And virtual DOM is identical to the DOM. And then you make changes through your code, maybe change state or data, or something change in this two component. What that virtual DOM or React engine does is that they run an algorithm called diffing. So through this diffing, they actually maintain the reactivity, and they re-render only the component that needs to re-render on the DOM. So it re-renders multiple times if there are state changes, if your code changes, stuff like that. So SolidJS, Svelte both do not need virtual DOM. They are powerful enough to work directly on the DOM, and in Solid case, it's called fine-grained reactivity. So their signals, and they use signals instead of state in React, right? And signals are kind of like a getter and setter function. You have to call those functions, and in SolidJS, your components are going to render only one time, and then they go ahead and change the component that needs to change on the original DOM. So eliminating the need of virtual DOM altogether. And because of that, less size bundle that you're shipping to your client side, and also much more faster application. So this is going to be the main reason you would want to check out SolidJS, is because of its performance, right? Now you might be wondering, why didn't I choose Svelte? Now Svelte do not use JSX, so something that I have to learn their templating. And I would have to get used to, which I didn't want. And Svelte also kind of like managed by Vercel, the same company that also managed React and Next.js. I wanted something that is truly open source and I can deploy it anywhere else, right? All right, so third reason for SolidJS is going to be developer experience. Solid does give you some really useful primitive, and that makes developers' life much more easier. And the ecosystem is not bad at all. Ecosystem is there. SolidJS has been, I think, 10 years that Ryan Carniato, the author of SolidJS, has been working on this. So ecosystem is pretty mature, but you know, more people are coming into Solid. More people are going to get used to this technology. It will make the ecosystem better, absolutely. So that's going to be my third. Now the fourth is an optional kind of like reason, is because I like to see option. I don't like monopolizing things. So Vercel is a company that kind of like own a Next.js, even though a Next.js is an open source project, but Next.js going to work best with Vercel. All right, Vercel has a great product if you want to deploy there, but it's expensive. And also Next.js is with the newer app router is slower than the Pages router. It's bloated, a lot of issues, but I'm not going to tell you that, hey, drop everything that you're writing in React and Next.js and just jump onto this Solid and Signal bandwagon. Whatever works best for you, that's what I'm going to tell you. But if you find yourself in a position where you can dictate the tech stack that you want to use, give it a try. You're going to love SolidJS. If you love React, you're going to love SolidJS. I can guarantee you that. So do take a look. Keep that in mind. If you are building a side project, build that with SolidJS and take a look what a difference it can make. Another thing I want to say that because SolidStart is the meta framework, here's Ryan Carniato. He also have a YouTube channel. I'll link in the description. He did recently made a video about signals because a lot of people are kind of like confused about how signals actually works, and he made a nice little video. He goes live all the time. So SolidStart is a meta framework. You can see that it uses Vinci, Vite, Nitro. Vinci is kind of like a thin wrapper, and it uses Vite. So your developer, when you're actually running your dev server, it's way faster than Next.js. Next.js, even if dev server, just their template, if you download, it is way slower than SolidJS. They have this single flight mutations, server actions. The way they handle server actions is beautiful. You add server actions, it's going to run on server. You remove it, it's just going to run on the client. You don't have to separately write use client. You don't have to write use server on the whole component or whatever. So the way Next.js do it, SolidJS do it differently with the mental model. I really like with SolidJS. They have this preloading that's Next or React is just not available, and deploy anywhere. So wherever you want to deploy. Ryan Cornier used to work for Netlify, but now he doesn't work for them. So if you want to use Netlify, you can. If you want to use still Vercel, you can. AWS, Dino, Cloudflare. So you have the options there. All right, so I hope I piqued your interest about SolidJS, and in the next session, what we're going to do, we're going to learn how you can write SolidJS. And now, if you're coming from React, it's going to be much more easier for you, but don't worry, if you're a beginner, I will explain things in a simpler term, and we'll build the project. So let's go start this next section. So let's learn SolidJS. So we're gonna go click on this tutorial. You can see they have a nice little tutorial section. You can write your code here. Introduction, basics, what is Solid? I think we already talked about it. You can go ahead and read it on your own time. Anatomy of Solid application. Here you take a look at that we're importing. This is a main.jsx file. We are importing a render function from solid-js-web. Now this is going to look a little bit different than when we're going to start our application with SolidStart. SolidStart, these are going to be all done for us. We don't have to change it, but you will see when we get there. But the idea is that function hello world return div. So we are returning a div. This is going to be a JSX element, and a render hello world. We're going to render this. This is the function, right? It's an arrow function which is going to render hello world in a document.getElement by ID app. Now this might be familiar to you if you're coming from React. There is an element called, and we'll have an ID of app where we are going to add everything. This is going to be only client side, right? So none is server side rendered or anything like that here, SolidStart or anything like that here. Okay, so let's do this. So if you take a look at the element here, you see that inside the body there is this div with an ID app. Okay, not sure if you can see it there. Make it a little bit bigger, but there it is. Body div ID app is coming from here. So everything that we're going to render, this hello world and everything, is going to render inside here. So there you go, refresh, and you can see that we have hello world. Let's go ahead and change this. Let's do solid world. You can see there, hello solid world is right there. So I'm going to solve this and go to the next section. Okay, so introduction to JSX. I talked about JSX a little bit, but if you're brand new to JSX, something to note is that JSX looks exactly like HTML, but there are some caveats that you have to be mindful of. JSX allows you to add dynamic values. For an example, here you can see this is an SVG, this is a variable right here. Anytime you are writing an expression, JavaScript expression, you would have to wrap it with this curly braces. If you don't, then it's just going to render as text, plain text. So SVG is a variable. When I am doing this into like a curly brace, return a value of this variable, replace me with an SVG. Let's take a look. If I do take the curly brace away, you see that it is only now returning SVG. So if you want an expression to compute, then wrap it with the curly brace. All right, another thing that you notice is that here's a div, has the hello, and then again, name within the curly braces. So name is solid, that's what the value is coming from. and the SVG. There's two elements right here, okay? And then this is, what is this? This is the wrapping. It does not have, it's not a div, it's not nothing. So if you're coming from React, you know what that is. It is called fragment. If you're brand new to JSX, then this is something that JSX needs one parent element to return. So JSX always needs, so you cannot do something like this one, right? So if I comment this 2 out, it's going to give you an error because now it is returning 2 elements. So it only can return one parent element. Everything needs to be inside there. So you always have to wrap if you have more than one element. Other than that, this is what it looks like. So let's go ahead and solve this issue. So replace me with an SVG. Here is an SVG. Let's go ahead and copy this here. I'm going to go ahead and copy this here, and there you go. SVG is right there. So this is in a nutshell in JSX. We're going to write a lot of JSX in our application, so you will learn more. All right, so now let's talk about the components. Components are basically your JavaScript file. So here you can see your main.jsx here, render app. This is a header. App document, we already saw that. And it is another file, and what it's actually doing is export default. It's an arrow function. This is a paragraph. Okay, now this is kind of like a weird syntax. In React, you use a function, name function, and then export default that. But this is also going to work in Solid. You just arrow function. This is paragraph like that. But usually you will write something like this. You will write function, let's say nested, and then you call that function, and here you're going to return, and you're going to say I'm a paragraph like that. I'm a paragraph like that. All right, and then at the end you're going to do this like default nested like this. All right, so this is more, usually you're going to write your components, basically a JavaScript file, a function, and you are returning this function right here, main. Now you're going to import that. So import nested from nested like so, and that should do it. Now, how you're going to render this one? Remember, if I want to render it right here, I do have to, because it's a JSX, I do have to now wrap it, because now I am going to render 2 components. And here, this one, so all this particular function, all this, I'm going to put this into this variable here, and I'm going to render this one here. And the way we render a component is just like an element, a self-closing element. That's because here, so dot is where we are, and the next file, nested, as you can see here, this is a header, nested, and this is your component. Components are to divide your kind of like a logic kind of function. So you can work on, let's say, a header section of your web page. You can put this into a different component, header component, footer component, side component. So if your application is huge, you can have several people working on the one single component and make it better. So that's kind of like separation of principles there. All right, so that's what components are. Hopefully it makes sense. And now we're going to talk about signals, the crucial point of SolidJS. Now, if you're coming from React, you know about state. Now, signals are different than state. It looks the same. It's signature, how you write your signals are the same. So signals are the cornerstone of reactivity in Solid. They contain values that change over time. When you change a signal's value, it automatically updates anything that uses it. All right, so if you remember, so these are the components. So if this component had a state and that state changed, that means the virtual DOM will now re-render those components, right? And same concept here, but without the virtual DOM, it is now going to re-render that specific component or specific signal that's got updated. All right, so the way you're gonna write this is pretty similar to how you write your React. So the first thing, we're gonna create signal from SolidJS. So import that function. And here we can do const, open this square bracket, and this is going to be count, and set count is equal to create signal. And at the beginning, it's going to be the 0. So what's happening here? So this is a signal. Let me just save it to kind of like style this. Const count, set count. Now count, if I hover this over, you see that it is an accessor. It's a number. It's a getter function. It actually gives you a getter function and it actually gives you a setter function. So this is a variable count name, right? It has an initial value of 0. You can get that value by calling this function count and then brackets, and then you can also set that value with this particular function set count. Okay, this is how create signal works. So as you can see here, the JSX, we have a 0 here, but this 0 is hard coded. We don't want to do that. What we want to do is we want to use it as an expression. So we're gonna introduce curly brace, and then we're gonna say count. Now if it was a React, this will just work, right? Because React provides like variables and it's not a getter function, but in SolidJS, it is a getter function. So you have to call this function. There's no virtual DOM. It has to call it on the DOM. So we're going to call this like this. So it's a function. And once you do that, you see that it is still showing 0. Now, if my initial value changed to 1, it is now changed to 1. So let me go ahead and change back to 0. This is in a nutshell how you write your signals, and that's how you get that signal value. Now let's go ahead and use this set count, and there's a nice little example here through set interval. So without any on click or anything, we're going to talk about this later, but let's just automatically set this count value with JavaScript function called set interval. I want you to notice this, right? So I can write set interval. It's a function, right? It's an arrow function. And here I will call set count function, which is, I'm going to call this. And here I'm going to have the count. I'm going to call this one as it's a getter function, and I'm going to update the value to 1. And I want this value to be updated every second. So 1000 is a millisecond here. Okay. Now with this, you see that our count is automatically incrementing. That's all we have to do. Just take a look at this. This is just working. There's absolutely no issues with this. We have count, we have set count, create signals, set interval, and it is every second it is now running and changing that count value to an increase by 1, and it's actually working. Obviously, we're not clearing this out. It is in the background, it's going to work. So we're going to work on clearing this in our next chapters. But as of right now, it is working, no issues. Now I want to show you this same example if you want to do it with React. So here's your React application. All right, so here, let me go ahead and comment this use effect and uncomment this set interval. So we're doing exactly the same thing here, okay? If you take a look, we have a signal, we have a set interval, right? And here we have count, set count, but you're using use state. Use states are similar to create signal. Use state is for React. And we are calling set interval, set count plus 1, 0. This is a previous count. You can do this here as well if you wanna use something like this. It's gonna work. Anyway, so here it is. So let's go ahead and run this application. And I wanna show you if this actually works. In SolidJS, we saw it works, but does it work on our React application? As you can see here, we have this React hello world from React, count 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's see, let me save this. All right, you see that it is not quite working. It is erratic. Look at this, it went 190, 268, 364, and that's because every time the state changes, it pushes to re-render, and when it's re-rendered, it has a new value. So it is all out of whack here. So you cannot do all this. So in order for you to have this consistent 1 increment, you cannot do something like this. What you can do, you have to now bring in use effect, right? And then you can call the set count, previous count, and with this every second. Now it's going to be 1, 2, 3. Now here we are clearing this with the return functions and everything. We're going to do that with Solid as well. But now you take a look what you have to do in React. So you have to now bring in use effect, and you have to set the count, and then you also have to remember to do this empty dependency array. If you don't do this, then it is going to be an infinite loop, which is a foot gun, right? So if you don't remember to add an empty dependency array, it's going to be an infinite loop. That's the default behavior of React. So you have to all kind of like be mindful of your dependency. You have to be mindful of like you cannot just change the state right away. It's just going to break everything, right? Just wanted to show you the difference between Solid and React. All right, so we're going to come back to this example later to clear this. Clearing this also is going to be super easy. All right, since we talked about use effect on React, take a look at create effect of SolidJS. So it's similar to use effect, and in SolidJS, they call it create effect. So it's kind of like an observer create effect, right? It runs a side effect when there's something changes. So here, let's take a look. And we do have a create effect. You can see that create signals and create effects are both coming from SolidJS. And we can do our create effect, which is going to be a function. We're going to run an arrow function. And we're just going to console.log. The count is now. And we're going to call the count. Okay, now save this. And here is our button. So button, click me. So let's go ahead and hook it up with our signals. Instead of like doing the set interval or whatnot, I'm going to right now hook it up. So if I click, then only it's going to show count, right? So let's go ahead and do this. In the in button, what we want to do on click, which is similar to how you would do in React as well. It is an expression, JavaScript expression, so it's a curly brace. It is going to be an arrow function because we want to run some code here, which is going to be set count. And let's go ahead and do set count. It's going to be a count and 1 plus 1, right? So every time I'm going to click on this button, it is going to run this set count, this setter function, which will increment the current value of count by 1. Make sense? All right. All right, I'm going to go to the console here. You can see console was cleared. The count is now 0. At the beginning, the count is 0 because the default value is 0. If I now go ahead and click on the button right here, you can see the count is now 1 because we are setting the count increasing by 1. So if I click on here again, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's pretty simple. You see that create effect. There's no empty array dependency. None of this I have to worry about. SolidJS to take care of them for us. This is huge. This is where I talked about developer experience. This is really good. So on our next section here, this is the direct signals. For example, here what they're doing is let's go ahead and add this cons double count is going to be an arrow function count. And you see this new variable right here, double count, is actually a function, right? It's an arrow function that will going to call this count and then is going to multiply by 2, right? And here, instead of count, let's go ahead and do double count, and we're going to call this as well. So keep this in mind that if you want to access any signals that would change on top of another that signal, you have to call it. You have to run it as like a function, and then you will have to call it, and then now you can see that it is now incrementing by double. All right, let's talk about memos. So most of the time, composing derived signal is sufficient. However, it is sometimes beneficial to cache values in order to reduce duplicated work. We can use memos to evaluate functions and store the result until its dependency changes. This is great for caching calculations for effects that have other dependencies and mitigating the work required. Okay. Okay, we're going to console log this function without the create memo, right? And then you can see here, calculating Fibonacci is 50. If you do one more time, it's 100. One more time, 150. So it's becoming more expensive with every click. What if we do it with create memo? So we're going to cache this value. So instead of this, we're going to run this one. So basically what we did is we just wrap this Fibonacci count with a create memo function, which coming from create memo SolidJS here. All right, so if I click on here, you see that it is now only calculated one time. So let's go and solve this. So pretty handy functions, similar to how React works as well. Now here's is specific to Solid, and React just didn't have all this here. This is called a show component. Now, if you remember, and the way in React work is you are going to basically do something like this. You can open this curly brace, and then based on certain values, so let's say toggle, you would basically say if it's true, return something, and then if it's not true, return something else. So pure JavaScript expression here, you would have to do it. Sometimes it kind of like can make your code really messy if you have a very big ternary. So show component make things a little bit easier for us. So what we're going to do is first take a look. We have two buttons. First one is log out. It is an on click. It's going to run the toggle function. And what this toggle is going to do is simply going to just flip the logged in. And the logged in is initially false. So if the toggle is clicked the first time, it's going to go to true. And if its value is true, the second time you're going to click the toggle is going to go back to false. So it's going to like flip back and forth. All right, so two buttons, log out and log in, both doing the same thing, both calling the same particular function. Now here, what we want to do, so let's go ahead, because I'm going to now do this, just one show component. I don't need this fragment anymore. I can just add show component here. That's going to be my parent component. And what does show entails? So show, now I'm going to take a Boolean value, when, and it's an expression, when logged in, okay? So we're going to basically say, so when logged in is true, then show something. And if it's not, then we'll have a fallback. So here, what we want to do is show when logged in is true, we are going to only show. So let's go ahead and grab this, cut this. So if logged in is true, we're going to show log out. Okay. So user is logged in. You want to log out. You don't want a login button anymore. So if that's true, show login. If that's not true, then we have a fallback. And here it is going to take a JSX. So you can just put that there. Save this, and now you can see at first it is false. So it is now showing the fallback, login. If I click on here, it is showing logout because now it is true. If I click on logout again, it's going to go back to false and going to show the fallback. So this is how you write conditional rendering. Much more simpler, looks really nice, and we'll be using this show a lot. All right, looks like this. All right, so next up, another primitive that we're going to talk about is going to be for. Now for, again, if you're talking about, let's take a look at what's actually happening right here. So we have this signal where we have this cats getter function. We have this set cats. And here it's an array of some cats with an ID named keyboard cat, named Maru, Henri, the existential cat, or Henry, or whatever. Function app. Okay, so we have an array. So in your React project, you'll do something like this. So let's go ahead and bring this here. Instead of create signal, we're going to do use state. And you can see how easy it's to kind of like modify solid code to React code and vice versa. It's super duper easy. It's because the design, the signature, it's pretty similar. So we have the cat set cats, use set cats, right? So here inside a return, what we want to do now is open curly brace. We're going to do cats.map, and then it's going to give us a cat, an index, and then so that I don't have to return, I'm just going to use parentheses here. Let's go ahead and do this. Let's do this. So we'll have one. We'll use this target blank href. There's like a YouTube video. I don't care about that. But here, what we want to do is let's do our index plus one cat.name. All right. Now here, so if I save this, right, it is still going to give us an issue because I have to go ahead and do now cat, and I can use this index. So this is how it's going to look like. Let me refresh this. Let me see if it works. There you go. You see keyboard cat, Maru, Henry, the existential cat. This is how you're going to write React code. So you have an UL, you just a regular JavaScript, you're going to map through it cat I. Now you have to remember to add the key index, right? A lot of people say that do not use index because it's not unique enough, so use some UID, so it's a thing of itself. But you have to use now key every time you are mapping through an array, an element and everything. And then you're going to do this. Now, in terms of a SolidJS, here you see that, let me reset this list. Let's go ahead and grab that. You would have to do something called for component. And that for component gives you, it's kind of like the map thing, right? It gives you each, so this is the each iterable. You're going to do cats, and this is a signal, so this is a function. You have to call that. And once you have this in here, now you're going to run an expression. And that's going to be an arrow function. It's going to give you a cat and an index. Same thing, just like your map function. And then you are going to write this. Let me go ahead and copy paste this one. And now take a look at this. Same result, right? But you won't have to add any key to any element. And pretty much that's it. So every time you need to map through something, you can use their for. And the primitives is you should. If you use map, it's going to work. But if you use for and show the primitive that Solid gives you, it makes sure that it remains reactive for your DOM. So, all right, let's go to next one. All right, so just like for, we have some other primitives. I'm going to go through quickly and show you. So there's another one called index, and let me solve this. So index is pretty much the same signature. So instead of for, you're going to write index. Now, index is going to be when the array updates, the for component uses referential equality to compare elements to the last state of the array, but this isn't always desired. In JavaScript, primitives like strings and numbers are always compared by value. When using for with primitive values or arrays, we could cause a lot of unnecessary rendering. If we use for to map a list of string to input fields that could edit each, every change to that value would cause the input to be recreated. Index component is provided for these cases. As a rule of thumb, when working with primitive, use index. All right. Majority of the cases you'll be using for. Okay, it's like a special case, but it's there for you. There's another one similar to show and for. This is actually going to be your switch. So they do provide you a switch statement as well. As you can see here, you can have, let me solve this. You can have a switch statement, which is a fallback. So let me reset this. So let's take a look here. We have kind of like two shows, like a nested show. So X we're creating. You see that you can also just get the getter function. You don't have to always have the setter function. You can create a create signal with initial value of 7. We're looking at show. When X is greater than 10, right? When X is greater than 10, then it's going to return is this one. X is greater than 10 is right here. Now, if it's not greater than 10, then it is going to return another show. It's actually going to compute another one. And it's going to basically look at when 5 is greater than X, then it's going to show X is less than 5. Otherwise, it's going to say X is between 5 and 10. So you see that there are nested show. There are going to be situations where you have to like provide this type of complex logic, complex show. To solve this, let's go ahead and solve this. SolidJS provides you a switch statement. So switch works pretty similar to like show. We have a fallback. X is between 5 and 10. Okay, that's going to be the default case. And here you will have a match. So when X is more than 10, do X is greater than 10. X is less than 5, do that. Code is much more simpler. These are the benefits. These are the developer experience I was talking about, that SolidJS gives you a lot of primitives that makes your life much more easier and make your code a lot readable. Here is one more thing, which is dynamic, as you can see here. Now, I haven't used this component much, but it's very interesting to me. You can see here we have 3 functions, okay? So const red thing, green thing, blue thing. They are arrow functions that return a JSX with a strong element, which is style color with the red color, red thing, okay? So let's go ahead and click on here. So green is going to be green thing with the green color, and then blue is going to be blue thing with the blue color. All right, it works. And then here we have options. We have red as the key, and the value of that is red thing. Green is the key, green thing is the value, blue is the key, and blue thing is the value. Function app is going to be selected and set selected. So we are going to be selecting from this menu, and initially it's going to be a red. Okay, so let's return. We are going to return a select element, which we have a value that is coming from this selected. So by default, it's going to be red. All right, so select value selected. So, and then you're going to say on input, not on change. On change, you're going to do in React, on input. So e set selected e.current.target.value, whichever is selected, we are going to put this. Whichever here on input changes, then we're going to put this into the selected. And then we're going to have our for each objects.keys options. So we're going to make this iterable. So we're going to just iterate through the keys, red, green, and blue with the options. And then we're going to say color is going to be option, value is going to be color, and color option. This is what we're doing. And then eventually we're going to return a switch statement, which has a fallback, blue thing, match when selected to red, red thing, match when selected green, green thing. Okay, it works, everything's fine, but Solid actually made things even much simpler. You see that instead of that switch big statement, we can actually use something called dynamic component. And here it's going to take a component, and then it's just going to have that options with selected. And it is similar to what we have here in switch fallback. So it's going to work pretty similarly, a green thing, and then blue thing right here. So you can just add this dynamic component, and here options selected, and it's just going to change based on that key value. Okay, let's go to the next. This is going to be portal if you are using a pop-up. So as you can see here, we see our information pop-up get cut off. So similar to this one right here, let's go ahead and solve this. So if we put this into this portal element, then it's just going to show up. So if you're working with pop-up model or something like that, this will come in handy, which is really cool. I haven't used this portal, but now I'm thinking that I could have used this on the same example that I'm going to show you. Maybe we'll see about that, but you got this. Next up is going to be your error boundary. Now, error boundary, similar to if you're coming from React, it's the same concept here. SolidJS error boundary is like if your component is somehow broken, as you can see here, uncaught, broken. So it takes down your entire application. With the error boundary, it's not going to take your entire application. All you can do here is just wrap that component, which might be broken, right? And then add a fallback. The error broken, and so it's just not going to break your entire application, and it's just going to show a nice little message for that error. Okay, so this one is on mount. Now, there are only a few lifecycle functions in Solid, as everything lives and dies by the reactive system. The reactive system is created and updates synchronously, so the only scheduling comes down to effects, which are pushed to the end of the update. We have found that developers doing basic tasks don't often think this way. So to make things a little easier, we have made an alias on mount. So it's like syntactic sugar. On mount is just a create effect call that is non-tracking. So which means it never reruns. It is just an effect call, but you can use it with confidence that it will run only once for your component. There you go. You have a special create effect that is only going to run once, so just like when the component is mount. So here, if you just want to, so if I solve this, you can see that we are actually running a fetch function. So if you want to run that fetch function only once at the beginning of your render process, you can use on mount, and it's just a syntactic sugar over create effect. This is just the create effect that's going to run only once. Okay, this one is going to be on cleanup. If you remember on the first when we explained signals to you, we did not add any cleanup function like we did in React. So cleanup is pretty darn easy here as well. All you can do here is const timer. Let's go ahead and put this on here, and we can just run on cleanup, which is just the arrow function, and we're going to do a clear interval with the timer ID. And on cleanup is also coming from SolidJS. And there you go. If I save this and refresh this, everything works perfect. But the moment I am going to unmount this or going to a different page, it's going to clean this up set interval is gonna reset. Let me show you one more thing, which is really crazy. You can do this and it's still gonna work. So unlike React, signals do not have to be bind with the component itself. You cannot do this with React. React state has to be inside a JSX component, which is mind-blowing to me. Basically, it means that you can have signals in a separate file and then you can import them as you need. Really, really cool. Like I said, it is writing React code without all the weird parts or quirks. You kind of wish that React should have been like Solid from the get-go. All right, so next up is going to be bindings events. So here you can see here const handler data event button on click handler and data. So you can go ahead and bind this. So how you're going to bind this is, let's go ahead and solve this, is div on mouse move, handle mouse move. There you go, you can see that it is showing the mouse position of this one. It is not working because we didn't bind it. Right, so solve this. Let's go ahead and in the div you see that on mouse move is going to be handle mouse move, which is this particular function right here with the data. So bindings events works like that. All right, style, it's similar to exactly like React. All you have to do here is write style, and then it's just going to be double curly brace. The first curly brace is to tell JSX that this is going to be an expression. And the second one is just an object, which is the key value pair. So my custom color, theme color, all that stuff, like color this one. So if I solve this, you see that you can write style here, font size this, and there is also animation going on here as well. All right, so next up is going to be class list. Now this is pretty nice. You don't have this in React or Next.js. There is a library called CLSX that uses kind of like a class that is based on a condition. And you can do this with a SolidJS primitives, which is class list. So not only you have class, but you have class list. And class list is something like this. So class, you will see current, foo, selected this one, stuff like that, with class list, which is selected current, foo, and on click. So class list is going to take a condition, and based on that condition is going to add that class. So it is similar to how CLSX package work in React or Next.js. So class list selected is going to be current equals to foo. There you go, so bar, fuzz, stuff like that. So all right, so this is pretty good. It's going to make all sense when I'm actually going to code things. So I'm going pretty fast here. If for any reason, if something is unclear, pause the video, go check out the tutorial and rewatch it or something, but go watch the tutorial. It's all in the documentation, and then read on this, right? It will make sense. Their documentation is really cool. All right, so we do have refs as well. Refs works so as of here. So let canvas. You're going to first call the variable here, and then you are going to add this to the ref right here. So when you ref equal to this canvas, and that's going to be your ref, right? That's how the ref actually works in SolidJS. You can also forward the refs through props. You can spread them, bindings. There are a few other functions that you can use in SolidJS, and this will make some more sense once we are going to actually write our code after the binding and directives, right? Props. So you know that you can, so greeting, hello, name, Jeremy, greeting, name. So this is going to get the props, and here is props or greeting. So it's a function, it's a component, and it's going to get the props. Where this props coming from? This props is an object of this, all this prop here, all this stuff here. So greeting here, you can do name, all this stuff. So props of greeting, hi, props of name, John, all this stuff. Okay. There are, Solid has a few utilities to help us when working with props. The first is merge props, which merges potentially reactive objects together, like a non-destructive object.assign, without losing reactivity. The most common case is when setting default props for our components. So const merged, you can do merge props, greeting hi, name John, props, return merge.greeting. So if I solve this and take a look at there you go. You can see here, merge props, const merged. Merge props is going to be greeting. So it's going to merge those props together. So here you can say we have one you have greeting, one you have name, one have you have name again. So greeting is going to be hi, name is going to be John, and it's going to have a prop. So merge.greeting, merge.name. You can do this. They have this merge prop. They have similar to split props as well, where you can actually split them. So split props, it takes the props object and one or more arrays of keys that we want to extract into their own props object. It runs an array of props object, one per array. So you have like a local and other split props, greeting, and name. So sometimes, and it's usually useful if you're trying to create a component, for an example, like Shatsian component, where you want to use like, you want to add your own classes as a prop, but you also want to let users add their own props as a class. So you can do this. We're going to use this split prop in your code, but go ahead and read on this one. These are just not available in React. So there is a way to merge the props. There is a way to split the props. And these are useful. Working with children is pretty good in Solid, because they do give us literally a children from Solid.js, which is a function that will take the props.children. So this is important. And the reason this is important is because, unlike React, SolidJS, they do have a context that React also provide, like context provider, right? But they do not have a store. You have to use an external state management system with React if your application is bigger. With Solid, they actually do provide a store on top of a context like React. So they do provide a store, which is basically a bunch of signals, and it works in a store. So you can get away with not using a state management with SolidJS. That's a huge bonus. You can still use state management like React with Solid if you need to, but with features like store, create context, you wouldn't have to. Store, you can take a look. To-dos, set to-dos, create store. These are just like signals, but you can add multiple signals. So let's go ahead and take a look, at least the signature of this. So we have this import create store. We have an app, we have an input, we have a to-do ID, const to-dos, set to-dos, create signal. Okay, we have an array. We have a function called add to-do, which will take the text. It will set to-dos, spread all the to-dos that is already in there, and then add a new one, which is ID, to-do ID, text completed false. All right. Const toggle to do, now it's going to toggle them, set to do's, to-dos.map to do is going to get that to do that has the ID that matches the ID, because this is going to take an ID, and then only going to toggle the completed one, and then it's just going to return a div element with input ref. We talked about ref. You can see let input right here, and then ref this button on click is going to take the event if input.value.stream, then return like nothing there, don't add anything. But if there is an information, then add to do, call that add to do function with input.value, and then just put the input.value to when you add this, after that, empty string. With the for component, each to-dos, this is a to-dos iterable, and then it's going to take the to-do, it's going to take ID and text with the to-do, creating text, we're adding some console log to it, and it's going to return a div, and it's going to return another input here. And that's because what if you want to update that to do, right? So type checkbox, check to do is completed on change here. So let's take a look. There you go, learn solid. And then you can toggle this. There you go, everything works. Now, what does store do here? So just solve this real quick. Here it looks like we have the same input to do ID, to do, set to do, create store, which is a array, add to do function, and there's to toggle to do. Now here we're taking the set to do's, and here you take a look that we're not using signal anymore. We're using store. Okay, we're using create store and array. And here the way we are going to set our to do's this way. So we're going to say the first one is going to be, we're going to find which to do that we want to set. So this is just going to be an expression to find that to do. So it's a to do arrow function find to do.id, which is equal to do ID. So that's the first one in the array, first property. So array is kind of like going to be like this one, right? It's going to be an object, it's going to have an ID, some ID, and then it's going to have text, and then it's going to have this completed and stuff like that. So, okay. So first, get that ID. Second, so first you get the object, right? You get that object on that ID, which property you want to change. You want to change completed. And then what do you want to change on that one? That's the third one. Completed, just change it to completed. That's all you need to do in create store, and it's just going to work. Learn solid, add, there you go. Learn solid start. There is a mutation here, as you can see here, add to do. There is a produce you can do, which make things a little bit easier if you want to read more onto this one. All right, so here is our context. It is pretty similar to how you do it in your React application. You have a counter.jsx, which is going to be your context here. First, counter context. It's coming from create context. So this is going to be your context, counter context. Create a function, counter provider. It's going to take the props, create a signal, which is count, set count, create signal props.count, and then comma is also going to take this counter array, which is going to, first one is going to be count, second one is going to be the function, increment, set count, and the decrement, set count, and then it's going to return props.children with that counter context.provider and values. It's going to return those counter. And the way you're going to use this, if you go to main here, so solve this, you see the counter provider, and then counter provider is going to wrap your application in app with the count value of 1, and this app now has ability to increment and decrement. This function is available for everything. So count, increment, decrement from use counter. This is going to be the use counter, the use hook that you just created at here. Export function use counter is just going to return use context. That use context also provided by SolidJS, and you're going to just provide your counter context to it. It's pretty easy to do this. I recommend you check this out, but also read on this one. It makes things super easy, and I'll show you a real life example in a moment. Immutable stores, you can take a look at that one as well on your own. Batching updates is something that is pretty cool on SolidJS. You can batch them. We're assigning both names on a button click, and this triggers our rendered update twice. You can see the logs in the console when you click the button. So let's wrap the set calls in a batch. So my name is John Smith. You see button clicked, running full name twice. Let's solve this with a batch. Then you will see it's only going to run one time. So it's pretty awesome. This short performance boost is really gonna come handy. So batch is coming from SolidJS as well. On track, you can untrack it, create a fact, async lazy components, import files, lazily import files. So you can just do lazy. So solve this. And then greeting is going to be, he's going to lazy, and then he's going to import that greeting. So it's not going to render it, it's not going to import it right away. Only when this is observable or your mouse is hovering over this, only then is going to import that for you. Async resource, now this is going to be create resource if you're using with SolidJS and using fetch. This is how you fetch data. So basically user, create resource, user ID, fetch user ID. Here you can see that fetch user async ID await fetch .json. We are going to be mostly using create async though in our SolidStart. That's how we're going to fetch our data, and it's going to make more sense when we are actually going to code. And then the way we're going to show this, we're going to use Suspense. If there is any loading issues or skeleton we want to show, then we're going to use Suspense, and then we're going to show this. So solve this, you can see greeting name John here, there you go, and then it comes 1 second, after 1 second, lazily load this. All right, so suspense list, I haven't used this. This is something that you can do this if you have multiple suspense. Async transition, I use transition. So it allows us to show fallback content when data is loading. This is great for initial loading, but on subsequent navigation is often worse user experience to fall back to the skeleton state. We can avoid going back to the fallback state by leveraging use transition. It provides a wrapper and a pending indicator. The wrapper puts all downstream updates in a transaction that doesn't commit until all async events complete. This means that when control flow is suspended, it continues to show the current branch while rendering the next off screen. Resource reads under existing. So it's pretty nice. Again, performance boost, user experience boost with the transition. Awesome. I think we are at the end of this tutorial. it's a great tutorial. I really recommend you to check this out. Take your time, read on it, make some example, and this is how you're going to learn. One of the skill set you have to develop, if you haven't already developed as a software developer, is that you have to be comfortable with reading documentation. You have to be comfortable reading good documentation and bad documentation, because not all documentation are created equal, right? So I recommend you to definitely go check out the tutorial, write your code, and then in our next section we are going to bring all this together and create our application. So let's get going. Okay, so let's go ahead and bring all together and what we have learned so far, put them into practice. What I'm going to do here right now, you see that I am in my terminal. So I'm using Mac. So this is my Zish terminal, and Solid Dashboard is the directory that I just created. So inside this directory, I'm going to go ahead and install SolidStart application. So the way I'm going to do it is npm init solid at latest, so latest version. And then I'm just going to passing this // so that I'm basically telling it to install everything within this directory. Otherwise, it's going to ask you a directory name and it's going to create a new directory for you. So if I go ahead and press enter, it will ask me, well, first, in your case, it might ask you to install Solid latest CLI, right? So in that case, just say yes, and then it should ask you this. So what type of project would you like to create? I like to create a project with SolidStart. If you just want to play around with just SolidJS plus Vite, which is going to be your client-side application, you can do that here as well. So we're going to choose the first one, SolidStart. We are going to use TypeScript, and the third one is going to be which template would you like to use. As you can see here, we have a bunch of options right here. The one that we want is going to be with Tailwind CSS. So that's going to be our CSS library that we will be using in our project. Now for future, I do want to recommend you to check out on your own time these two templates. One is to do MVC. The other one is Hacker News. Hacker News template is going to give you a lot of information about how you should fetch external data into your SolidJS application. And in case of to-do MVC, you will learn some best practices around state management, context, and everything like that. So on your own time, go ahead, download those templates, read those code, be familiar with them. You will get a lot of value out of them. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and choose with Tailwind CSS. This is going to install the project for us. So I'm going to run the npm install here. So right now it is going to install everything, all the packages, dependencies, and everything. I'm going to open up a new terminal window in the same exact folder, and I'm going to run z space dot, similar to VS Code where you run code space dot. Now this is Z editor. This is something I am testing it. You, by the way, can use whatever editor you like. If you want to stick with Visual Studio Code, go for it. So here, as you can see, we are inside our Solid dashboard, and this is the folder structure looks like. We have a source directory. So let's go from here, right? So we have the node modules. So we have this public folder. So public folder is going to be similar to what Next.js provides you. Any type of static assets like font or pictures or images or anything like that, you will put here. And then the next stop is going to be our source directory. Before we go into source directory, we do have a git ignore file. Majority common files are already git ignored for us. If you want to ignore any file that you don't want to push it to git, you will put the path name here and it will not push to git once you commit. We do have app.config.ts file here. So this is coming from Vinci. It is similar to Vite config.ts file, as you can see here. So Vite plugins, Tailwind CSS. So you can get all the configs from Vite through this app.config.ts file, right? As you can see here, Tailwind CSS is giving you an error right here. And this is a new error. I did a little bit of research on this one. It is not a big deal. It is actually a version mismatch with the type. So it's just what version Vinci is running and stuff like that. So that should not be a problem. If you don't like this red squiggly line in your code, what you can do is comment this out. You have to say @ts expect -error, and that should go away. So basically I'm telling the TypeScript this error is expected, right? I'm gonna go ahead and save this file, close this right here. And the next up is going to be on my package.json file. And here you can see that we have all of our dependencies already installed. So we don't have a lot of things going on in our package.json. We do have a name. This is just the example with Tailwind CSS template that we're using. The type is going to be module. We have 3 scripts. So we do have a dev. So we can do npm run dev that will run our dev server, and that will basically run through Vinci. So it's going to run Vinci dev, and Vinci is a thin wrapper around Vite and Nitro, like I told you before. We also have a build script. We can run the application just to see if it's built correctly with all the packages, if we install any third party and everything like that, right? And start we can just say npm start, and that will start a production ready application. Okay, we do have our dependencies here. You can see here we are using a router, SolidJS router. We are using SolidJS start, SolidJS itself, and Vinci. Dev dependencies, we have our Tailwind CSS and their Vite package, and obviously their Tailwind CSS engine, anything over to Node version 22. All right, we have the package log.json file, we have a README, and then of course we have our tsconfig.json file here. All right, let's take a look at the source directory, what we have right now. And before we jump into this one, let's go ahead and run this. So if I do npm run dev, it is going to open up, just like React, is going to open up in localhost 3000. This is our application, right? This is the template. We have a hello world. And we have a clicker right here. We can click and it increments. We have a couple of pages. If we go to here, through our navigation, if we click on about, this is going to go to about page without our total page refresh, right? So this is programmatically, we are going from one page to another page. So it feels like a client application, although this is both client and server-side render, right? So we have the same clicker counter component here on our about page as well. And we can go back to our home page. So it's a pretty simple boilerplate application that they give us. So how is this working? So let's take a look at app.tsx. So app.tsx is going to be your entry point of your application. So here, if you take a look, first importing the router from SolidJS router, and then we are importing file routes, SolidJS start router. Here we are rendering that. We are also bringing in suspense and navigation that's coming from our component. Take a look at this tilde symbol. Now, if you worked with Next.js, you know how you can create an alias for your source folder. @ is the one default for Next.js. For SolidJS or SolidStart, this tilde is going to be your source directory. Inside the source directory, go to these components, and inside these components, you have your nav.tsx component. So we are bringing that, and we are bringing this app.css, which is this particular file right here. So app.css is our global CSS file. So here you can see we are importing Tailwind CSS, some other styles, media query and body and stuff like that. So we are importing that from there. And here we are creating a function, export default function app. That's our main app instance. And it's just going to return a router, and it's going to wrap our file routes. And of course, it's going to take root. It's going to get props, so route section props. And from here, we are going to get children, which is going to be a property of that props.children. And we're going to render through suspense, and we're going to render nav here. So if I go ahead and comment this nav out real quick and save this, you see on our left-hand side application, there is no nav. All right, so let's bring our nav back. So this is our entry point. Now there are 2 separate files. So let's go ahead and close this file and go to entry client. Now these 2 files, you don't have to mess around with them. You don't have to do anything. It's just all built out for you. Just for your knowledge though, here is entry client is how the Solid client side application is working. So here you can see we have this mount start client from SolidJS start, and we are mounting the start client, and we are mounting our entire application on the client side inside this element that has an ID of app. Okay, same thing if you go to entry-server. Now this entry-server is responsible for server-side rendering. So we are just creating a create handler right here and start server, and then you can see here we are returning this HTML. And also we are returning this div ID app where we have our children. So for most part, usually you won't have to touch these two files. And then we have our global.d.ts is just your global types and stuff like that. So if you ever worked with Next.js, you know that they have a pages folder. They used to have a pages folder. Now they have an app directory, right? So inside this routes, anything you put there, that file or folder is going to be now mapped to the specific URL or route name. For example, this routes, when you go to homepage, this is the index.tsx file is what's rendering here. So you can see here, hello world, and you have your click counter. So you can see here, hello world here, and there is a counter right there, which is a component as well. Okay, so let's go back to our folder structure real quick. So routes, and then the index.tsx, if you're coming from Next.js land, it works with page.tsx, right? In SolidJS, we have routes that is index.tsx. So what about this about.tsx page? So if you want to create a page and this URL, now it's going to about is going to be /about. So if I click on here, you see that if you go about and take a look at the URL, you see that it is /about. This is what file-based router is just you create a file or folder and that would be mapped to the route name. Here we have a 404. So take a look at how they put this. First of all, they did it like a square bracket. Okay, if you put this in a name, it basically means that it's going to take a dynamic route. So it's not going to be any specific route. For example, here, this about.tsx, this is only going to render on /about, nowhere else. Here, though, it is dynamic. That means it's not strictly defined which route name it's going to render. So this not found is actually going to render or any type of 404. So basically catch all 404 route. So spread 404. So if I go back to this route / put some gibberish and enter, you see that it is now rendering this not found, this section right here. So the other thing I want to talk to you about is that creating directories, right? So routes, let's go ahead and create a new folder here. We're going to call this dashboard. Okay. So now we have a directory called dashboard. Now, if I do go to this dashboard, you see, it doesn't show us anything. Even though we did create a file called dashboard /dashboard, it still goes to not found. And that's because in order to render something, we have to create a file called index file, okay, index.tsx. Now here we can just do export. So export default function dashboard page, which return this dashboard page. Now you see that it is now returning a dashboard page. Okay, so you have to have an index.tsx file inside the directory for you to render. Now, since we have a directory here, we can also create nested routes. For example, inside this dashboard, let's go ahead and create another folder. Let's call this customers. And inside the customers, we'll have index, otherwise it's not going to show up. So index.tsx file. I'm going to do the same thing. So we're going to do export default function. We're going to call this customers page. And then we're going to return this is a customer page. Now, if I go ahead and save this, let's change this dashboard. We're going to keep that because customers, this folder is inside the dashboard. So we're going to go inside dashboard and show customers, and it's going to give us, this is a customer page. So this is how you create your nested routes. All right. So with that said, we have another nice little trick that SolidJS gave us in terms of working with routes. And that's going to be route groups. So for example, here in routes, I can create a new folder and I will put this inside parentheses. And I'm going to call this same dashboard. And I'm going to put this dashboard route inside this new dashboard that is in parentheses. So what SolidJS do is that when it sees a folder name surrounded by parentheses, it's now going to omit this one from this dashboard. So it's not going to show up as like localhost /dashboard/dashboard/customers, right? It's just going to show up this dashboard. This one is going to be completely ignored. But having the ability to do something like this is definitely a developer experience, because now I can have all my routes that is related to dashboard inside this dashboard route group. Inside here, I'm going to create actually not a file, but I'm going to create another folder. We're going to call this invoices folder, and inside invoices folder, we're going to go ahead and call this index.tsx. Again, we're going to do the same good old thing, function, and this one is going to be invoices page. Okay, so this invoices is actually meant to put this inside dashboard. So now we have inside our dashboard, we have a customers and we have an invoices. Let's go ahead and test this out. There you go. This is an invoice page. Now SolidJS does give us, if you take a look, we have a lot of index file right here, right? So we have a index file in customers, index file in invoices, and the index file that is going to be for dashboard. That might be confusing because if you have a lot of files like this and you have a lot of indexes and you're trying to get to the file as soon as possible, in this case, you can do is customers index. What you can do is you can rename them and just put a parenthesis around it. So I can just do customers.tsx like so. And now if I go to customers, you see that it works exactly the same way. So if you put a file and then put parentheses around them, it does treat as an index file, and you can easily now find it in your editor through that name. That's pretty much it when it comes to basic file-based router. This is why it's all about the folder structure, how you create your file, and based on that your routes will be created. All right, so let's go ahead and keep pushing, and let's create our first page, which is going to be our home page. Now, our home page don't have a lot of things going on. We just basically, if you remember, we have a little bit of text. We have a button, which is a CTA dashboard page. And then on the right-hand side, we have a couple of pictures. So let's go ahead and build those things, right? So routes, index. So let's go to our home page. This is the page that we are talking about right now. What I want to do here inside the index page, let me close this. I'm going to completely delete this main section and then open up this div. I do not need this counter component anymore. I do need this A from SolidJS. A stands for the capital A. It works just like the link component that Next.js provides you. So A does render an anchor tag, an HTML anchor tag. But what this capital A from Solid does is that it programmatically jumps from one page to another. For any reason you want to create a link that would go to an external page, you don't need that programmatic link, then you can use just regular HTML anchor tag, right? So to make things a little faster, what I want to do here is I'm going to go and paste in the JSX from a reference point right here. I do have some error going on, specifically from this arrow right. Now this is an icon, as you can see here. Just like your Next.js, SolidJS do give you this nice little error, reference error. And this arrow right is supposed to be coming from Lucid icon. So that's what we're going to do. I'm going to go ahead and install Lucid-Solid. So Lucid have a React icon library, but Lucid also provides your Solid library icon, which is really nice. Let me go ahead and import this arrow right real quick. And that's going to be from Lucid. Okay, there you go. The error is gone now. And if you hover over any of the Tailwind classes right here, you can see that ZEditor has a default Tailwind CSS extension already running. If you're in VS Code, then try running an extension that is from Tailwind CSS and you will see exactly what classes they are applying if you hover over their Tailwind classes. So we have some relative flex, min, h, screen, and then item center, justify, and then some color options. There you go. As you can see here, I'm going to go ahead and delete the nav. I think it is on our app.tsx. So let's go ahead, delete that. Okay. Now let's go back here, and it looks nice. Take a look, unlock insights with Acme dashboard, and we have this nice little button. If I click on here, it does go back to our dashboard page, and we have the image. The image right here is two images, and we are utilizing the class. So we are saying hidden and medium size screen and large, it's going to go block. So basically this image, the hero desktop image, is only going to show up in a desktop screen size. And in small devices, this is going to be hidden, and this image, which is a mobile version of it, going to show up in the smaller size. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go ahead, and since there are a bunch of comments already, I'm going to delete these comments and going to go ahead and simply comment this entire thing as of right now, right? Because we don't have the pictures yet. Okay, so it looks like this. So I want to show you a couple of things. First is, let's say just this one right here, right? I'm going to go ahead and just grab this class, cut this. Now here you can add your style like you usually would do with double curly brace, and it is going to be, let's say, color red. If I save this, you see that it is working. All right, so you do have inline styles you can use. Other one you can use is that scope styles, right? So if you want to use only CSS, that's going to affect one single file where it's imported. So as of right now, so app.css is going to be your global CSS. But if you want to have like a module CSS, right, you can do this in component. Let's go ahead and create a new file called home.module.css. Let's go ahead and add a style. I'm going to call this just test, which is going to be red, like so. And here we can say import styles from, now this is going to be that tilde component home.module.css, right? So if I save this, and here I will do class, and now not test and not as a string, as JavaScript expression. So you're going to do styles.test. All right, I think perfect. There you go. There was a spelling mistake. Components, not component. And now you can see that styles.test is now going to affect this Acme here. So this is how you can modularize your CSS file and import them only from that particular module so that it will not spill out to any other component. As you know, that app.css is going to be globally applicable CSS, okay, just like React. I'm going to go ahead and bring the previous Tailwind class and with the text Emerald 700. And you probably noticed that we are using class and not class names. That is another beautiful thing about SolidJS, better than React. So I think majority of this component is just pretty simple, self-explanatory, JSX or TSX here. The only thing I want to mention is that this particular link, which is dashboard, you can see that we are using this anchor tag coming from SolidJS router. It just like a regular anchor tag, it takes href, which will go to /dashboard route. And then inside here, we have our dashboard and then arrow right. That's pretty much it. That's all we need to do. Next up, let's go ahead and to the dashboard page. If we go to our folder structure, you can see that we have our dashboard here. And inside our dashboard, we have our index.tsx, and then we have our invoices and we have our customers. So let's go to our indexes. So if you remember, let me show you the pictures. So here is our application kind of looks like, right? So from the URL in the dashboard, you will have your home. So home is going to be our index page, right? And then we have our invoices, and then we have our customers. So the moment you go to dashboard, it's going to show up this one. So home is not a specific nested route. Home is just the index page for the dashboard. And then invoices and customers are going to be your nested routes, okay? Let's go ahead and build this dashboard page step by step. Okay, let's go ahead and delete this. We want to get a div going. The first one is going to be our h1, which will simply say dashboard, okay? And let's go ahead and add some class to this. And this is going to be, first of all, MB4, so margin bottom 4, text XL. Let's do that. MD is going to be text 2XL. And that's pretty much it. You can take a look. Here it is. We have our dashboard. So underneath our H1, we'll have one more div, and this div also going to get some classes. And this one we're going to be using grid. We'll be doing gap 6. Small devices, we want to do grid calls -2, and large devices, we want to do grid calls -4. Okay, now this one is actually going to be for our card section. So as you can see here, we have this 4 cards. So these 4 cards are going to be in a grid container. Here we will render a component that we are going to create. It's going to be a card component, and we do need, if you take a look, same sort of card but with different information. So we do need 4 of them. Okay, we do need like a title to show here. We do need a value to show here, obviously the icons as well. So definitely we need the title to be changed. So we'll create a card that will take a title and the value as a prop, so it can be dynamically rendered. Same kind of like React-like logic. So for an example here, so we'll have a generic card that will take a title, and this title would be for the first one collected. And then it is also going to take the value of this. Now, as of right now, we are just going to have an empty object because we are going to take the value from our database. And another property we're going to add here, and that's just going to be collected. And this property is just for us to make your life a little bit easier to showcase the icon. So let's go ahead and copy this card 3 more times. So we need 4 of them, of course. Now the next one is going to be pending. This will say, and then the third one, the title would say total invoices, and the type is actually I'm going to put only invoices. Fourth one will say total customers, and here we're going to say customers. So what I want to do here, I'm just going to go ahead and comment this out as of right now and keep going, keep moving. So after this, we're going to have another div. Let's go and add some class here. And this one will take a margin top of 6. This is again going to be a grid. It will be grid calls 1, gap of 6. On medium devices, we have grid calls 4, and large devices will have a grid calls 8. Okay, save this, and inside this particular div, we're going to show this 2 component. So one will be our recent revenue, another would be our latest invoices. So let's go ahead, create this revenue chart component. Obviously, it's going to take a prop of all the revenue that is going to show up on that particular table. So I'm just going to say revenue. As of right now, I'm just going to make this an empty object. And then the next one is going to be latest invoices. And this one is going to take latest invoices as a prop as well, like so. Okay. And obviously, we're going to go ahead and comment this out right now. Once we have all the data and the components ready, then we can uncomment this. Let's go ahead and build this card first, right? The way we're going to do this is going to be in our components. I'm going to go ahead and these 3 components, I'm just going to go ahead and trash them. So we don't have anything inside our components. Let's go ahead and create a folder. We're going to call this dashboard. That's again for just our organization. Every component that relates to dashboard is going to be under dashboard. Now, the first component we want to create is called card.tsx. All right. So here we're going to do export default function. Card is going to take some props. Let's define this card props here. We are going to return something. All right, let's go ahead and define our card props. So we're going to say interface card props. So the first one is going to be, obviously, we know the title. So you can see here the card, the prop is going to be title, value, and type. Now this value could be either number or it could be string. Okay, and the type would be either invoices or customers or pending or collected. All right, we talked about these icons, right? These icons right here. So let's go ahead and bring these icons from Lucid Solid. So you're going to say import. We would need banknote icon, we will need clock, and we will need users, we will need inbox. And now let's go ahead, create, just to use our icons more efficiently, we're going to create a map. So you're going to say const icon map. It's going to be collected is the key. For collected, is going to have our bank note icon. And for customers, we are going to have our users icon. For pending, we are going to have our clock icon. And then invoices, we're going to have our inbox icon, like so. And here, what I want to do is create const icon is equal to going to be that icon map at props.type. Saying property pending does not exist on type. Oh, this one right here. There you go. All right, that's what you get for using TypeScript. It's going to show you the error right away, so you can fix it. So as you can see here, icon map, and it's going to get that value from that key from that type. So if we are passing through collected, it's going to get the value of banknote. If we are passing through pending, then this icon will show clock. It's time for us to return a little bit of JSX real quick. We are going to get a div going here with some class as usual. Here we're going to do rounded because that's what we want, rounded. Let's go ahead and make this big. So Excel bg-gray, and that's going to be just the color of it. So for light version, we want white, and for the dark we want bg-gray 900, but we want 75 opacity. Okay, we want a little bit of padding going here, and then we also want a shadow, but we want shadow to be small. Okay, and from here we want another div element. This div element will have also a class. We're gonna do flex here, and we want padding of 4. And here we're gonna open up an expression, so curly braces, and we're gonna say if icon does exist, then render this icon. Remember, this icon is this value of banknote, and banknote is a Lucid Solid icon, and you can render Lucid Solid icon as a component. If the icon is true, render that icon. Is going to be a self-closing icon. I'm going to add a little class to it so it looks nicer, and for this I'm going to say height 5, and then I'm going to say width of 5 as well. Text, let's do gray 700. But if the icon is false, then do nothing. And then next up is going to be our h3, and h3 will just return our props.title, like so. Let's make the title have some class, some margin left. Let's do 2 because there's an icon on the left. Let's make the text small and font medium, like that. And right underneath this div, we're going to add our p tag. Now this particular p tag will now have the value props.value, like so. Here, this is the value, and this value is now like bigger, and this is the collected, pending, and total invoices. That's going to be your props.title. So let's go ahead and give some class for this value, and that's going to be the first one is going to be truncate rounded Excel bg white, and then dark, let's do bg slate 900, and then let's do horizontal padding of 4. Let's do a vertical padding of 8. Let's make this text center and text to Excel, like so. That should do it for our car section. Let's go back to our index.tsx file here, and I'm now going to go ahead and uncomment this. Let me see if I can auto import, and let's just give like an arbitrary value. Let's run our application and see how it looks. And there you go. It looks pretty nice. make this bigger. As you can see here, it goes to the grid 4 column. And then if I make it smaller, then it goes to 1 column. Okay, so our cart section is now working. We still need to figure out this value. But before we do that, let's go ahead and take a look at what we're going to do with this revenue chart. Let's go ahead and build this component. So I'm going to go back to this components, dashboard, new file, and I'm going to call this revenue-chart.tsx. There you go. This will default function revenue chart, and of course it's going to take some props, which is going to be revenue chart props, and then it will return something. First thing first, let's go ahead and write the interface of revenue chart props, and it's just going to take a revenue type, which we'll define in a moment, and it's going to take an array type. So it's going to take a revenue prop, as you can see here, and the information that we're going to pass through, we're going to create a specific type for that particular revenue, okay? And where do we create these types? Just like we have in our source directory, our components, we're also going to create another folder, and we're going to call this a lib, short for library. Inside this lib folder, we'll have a file called definitions. And this is just going to be a TypeScript file, no TSX or anything like that. So definitions.ts. So we'll say export type revenue and just an object. So what do we want to send data wise, right? We want to send the month, and we want to send the revenue as the number. Those are the two information we want to send as a revenue type. Okay, we want to send the month for which month revenue of that for that month. Let's go back to the rev chart here, and then now I can go ahead and import our revenue from our definitions. I'm going to go ahead and first create const and a chart height. Let's just say 350. Second one we want to do is y-axis labels and top label equal to, we're going to have a function called generate y-axis, and it's just going to take that props.revenue, right? The generate y-axis function doesn't exist. We're going to create that. And from that function, we're just going to get the y-axis labels and the top label for our chart. Next up, we're going to say if there is no props.revenue, if there's nothing passed in, or props.revenue.length is equals to 0, then we're going to return p tag, basically saying no data available. Let's go ahead and make this. So we're going to say class. Let's do some margin top of 4 and makes this text gray 400 like that. Okay, let's go ahead and create the generate y-axis function. And that particular function we will create, again, we're going to go to our lib, and here we are going to create a new file, and we're going to call this utils.ts. Now this is again going to be some reusable functions, utility functions that we can use. Function call, and we obviously want to export that function. Let's see, there is a spelling of like that. So export const generate y-axis. It's an arrow function. Let's just go ahead. It's going to take revenue as revenue type, which is going to be an array. Let's go put some comment in here. So we're going to say calculate what labels we need to display on the y-axis. We want to do based on highest record and in 1000s. So let's do const y-axis labels is equals to, going to be an empty array right now. Just make this type any as of right now. If array is array revenue, we're just going to do a check. If the revenue itself is not an array, or revenue dot length is equals to 0, then return y-axis labels and top label as 0. Y-axis labels is going to be just this one, empty array, and then top label is going to be just 0. Now let's take a look at const highest record. Now let's go ahead and make a calculation. We can use math.max. And here we're going to spread this revenue.map, and here we're going to take month and month.revenue like that. So highest record, we're gonna take maximum of all, like we're gonna go through all the month, and we're gonna get month.revenue, and then we're gonna just get the highest of that. And const top label is gonna be math dot ceiling, and we are going to get highest record divided by 1000, and then we're going to multiply this by 1000. Okay, and here we're going to say for let I is equal to top label I is more than or equal to 0, I minus equals 1000. So we're gonna run a for loop here. So if I is equal to top label, we're gonna start from there, and then I is more than 0. So we're actually going from top to less or equal to 0. I minus equals, so each time just minus 1000. And here we are going to go ahead and do y-axis labels dot push. We're gonna push that to that array, and here we're gonna say we're gonna have a $sign, and then we're gonna have the variable right here. Okay, we're gonna say I divided by 1000, and that's gonna be, gonna say K. That's it. And then we're gonna just return y-axis labels and top label. Okay, it should work. Let's go back to the revenue chart. Now let's go back and import this particular function that we just created. And here we are, top label, and that's because there is spelling mistake. All right, so right now what we want to do is we are ready to get some TSX going. We're going to open up with a div. Inside this div, we're going to have some classes. We're going to say width, full, and medium size screen. We're going to have a column span to 4. All right, that's all we need. And inside that particular div, we're going to have h2. Inside this h2, we're going to say recent. That's going to be basically our title. So recent revenue, like that. Let's go ahead and give this some class. MB4, we want to do text Excel. We want to do text to Excel for the larger screen sizes. So right underneath this H2, we're going to have another div, and this div will have some class as usual, and this time it's going to be rounded. We want to do rounded Excel. We want to add some color option here. Let's go ahead and do white background, which is basically gray 50. And in terms of dark BG dash gray, we want to have 875% opacity and have a little bit of padding. And inside this particular div, we're going to have another div, and this div also has some class. So this one is going to be on small device. We're going to have grid. Let's do calls. Small devices, we're going to have 13 columns. Margin top is going to be 0 grid, and then grid calls 12 for regular. Items end, and let's do a gap of 2. Rounded, let's do medium, and let's do BG white, dark BG, let's do slate 900, and padding of 4. Medium devices, let's have a gap of 4. So let's save this. So inside this div, we'll have another div, and this div will get some classes. Margin bottom 6. We want this one to be hidden. Flex column, justify in between, text small, text gray 400, and small devices, we want this one to be flex. All right, so inside here, on top of the class, we also want to add some specific style, inline style. So, and this inline style gonna be, we are going to specify the height. Let's open template string, and here we're gonna do chart height. Let's do px, and then here in the div we are going to utilize this for component from, make sure to import it from SolidJS and not any type server or anything like that. So we'll be using this for component. Obviously for will take each, which is going to be the iterator. So what is the iterator? Iterator will be our YX labels, and then inside this for, don't forget to open up this curly brace, because that's going to be our expression. It's going to take the function, and this function will give us label, and here we are just going to simply open up a p tag, which will show us basically the label here. Next up, just underneath this div, we're going to utilize for again, and this time we're going to say each is going to now take props.revenue. Okay, and here open curly brace, arrow function will take month. I'm going to open a parenthesis so I don't have to return. Parenthesis basically means you don't have to explicitly write the return statement, right? So month, and from here we're going to turn for each month a little bit of JSX. So let's go ahead and add a div. Let's do class, flex column, that's going to be the direction, items, center, gap 2. And inside here, we want another div element. And this time, this div element will have class, and this will be with full rounded medium BG. We want to do emerald 700, and we also want to add style props here. It's going to be height, and this time we want to do this height is going to be chart height all the way here. Chart height divide by top label times month.revenue, and of course we want this as pixel. And save that. So right now here, you're gonna have a paragraph tag where we're just going to simply do month.revenue, and let's go ahead and add some classes. We want to rotate to 90-degree, text small, text gray 400, and then small slices rotate 0. So right underneath this div, we want to create another div, and this particular div will have a class, and this one going to be flex, items, center, padding on bottom 2 and padding top 6. We want to create calendar icon, so we're going to import that, and we are just going to go ahead and add a little bit of class, and that's going to be h5 with 5 text gray dash 500. And then underneath the calendar, we're going to have an h3, and here we're just going to simply say last 12 months, like that. Let's go ahead and add some class here as well. All right, so this is how it looks. I don't see no error, but this is going to be our revenue. Okay, so we have got our revenue chart all set up here. Now, before moving forward, what I want to do is I want to try this out with some mock data. And I also want to bring your attention to the full stack side of this application. Basically, what we're going to do right now, create some mock data in a placeholder data file. We're then going to seed those files into a database, which will be running in our Docker. And I'll show you all of that. Then we're going to query those data and show up in your dashboard page. Okay, so that's going to test our entire process. Let's go ahead. I'm going to go to our library directory here, create a new file. I'm going to call this placeholder-data.ts. All we have to do is, if you take a look, our app right here, what do we have? So when we talk about invoices, we have the customer, we have some pictures of the customers, we have the full name of the customers, email address, we have the invoice amount, and that's pretty much it. So we need two tables. Basically, one is going to be customers, who's going to hold the information of the customer itself, and then we will have invoices that would relate to that customer table, that will relate back to each of the customer. All right, so in order to do that, I'm going to go ahead, paste in some data here, and take a look what's happening here. So we have a const customers, so it's just an array, and in this array we have each object define each customer. So here for Alex Johnson, you can see we have an ID, we have a name, we have an email, then we have an image underscore URL. And take a look at the structure of the URL. We are going to host this picture in our public folder. So anytime you refer, okay, this slash is going to refer to that public folder, and then inside there, for an example, looking at this structure, basically it's telling me that I need to have folder created. That's going to, I'm going to call this customer, and inside this customers will have all these pictures. These are just some random AI created profile pictures. I'm going to go ahead and copy them and put them right here. So here you can see customers Alex Johnson PNG. And the next stop is going to be Sarah Williams.png. We have all the customer's image here. So we have this customer's ID, email, and image URL. That's all we need for each customer. Then we're going to do the same exact thing with invoices. Each invoices needs to be related to our customers. So let me go ahead and paste in our invoices. So take a look at this. These invoices, the first property is the customer ID itself, which refers to customers at 0.id. So the first invoice, which is this one, for amount this, status pending, arbitrary date, and that ID is actually refers to this ID, so Alex Johnson, okay? That's how I'm maintaining the relationship. So the second invoice, as you can see here, belongs to the second property of our customers. All right, we have one more, and that is going to be our revenue. So this is the revenue that we are going to showcase in our revenue chart, the component that we just worked on. Here it's just an array with two properties in each object, which is month, January. Revenue is 2000 and whatever the revenue is, right, for that particular month. All right. So now you see that all this are const at the end. We need to export all this. So we're going to say export is going to be an object. We are going to export our customers table, invoices table, and then we're going to export our revenue. Okay, so we can use this is our placeholder data. Now I want to seed this data, and this is oftentimes going to be your first step when you're going to work with your database. You are going to initially push some mock data for testing purpose. All right, so that's what we're going to do. Let's go ahead and break it down into step by step how you're going to approach this connection with database. First, we're going to make sure that our database is running in our local machine. Second, we're going to seed this information to the database. Third, we are going to query this data from the database, and then we're going to show that to our UI. All right, kind of like a 4 steps. Just keep that in mind. So we have our mock data already here. Let's go ahead and set up our database. Now, if you are not familiar with Docker, Docker is amazing. It basically means computer in a computer. So that's what it means, a container. It uses a little bit of resource. It uses a little bit of volume, and then it's isolated. You can run a Postgres database, spin up a Postgres database, and then remove it whenever you want. You can use it, one database for one specific application, another database for another application. So you got a lot of benefits out of this. This is optional if you do already have a database connection ready somewhere else, or you have Postgres already downloaded in your system. Feel free to use that. This is something I am going to do, and this is an optional for you, right? So if you don't have Docker, go ahead, download this Docker. Here, as you can see, if I hover over this, they have every option there. So I'm using Mac. I already have Docker installed on my computer. If you're on Windows, download Linux, all this good stuff, and then go follow the instructions to install that. Once you have Docker installed, it's going to look something like this, Docker desktop, and then you also have an icon up top. So in order for us to now spin up that Postgres database to the Docker container, we have to create a file called docker-compose.yaml. Now I have a short little video about this one on my channel. I'll give that link in the description and somewhere in the screen as a card. Go check it out if you want to know how I write that Docker compose YAML file. It's very simple. Here, what I want to do is outside of this source folder, kind of like on the same level of your git ignore, I'm going to create a new file. I'm going to call this docker-compose.yaml file, just like this. And here, I'm going to paste in some instruction. Let me save that. So in a nutshell, what's happening? So services is what service I want Docker to install. So services is going to be a Postgres. You can name it whatever. I named it Postgres. Then it's going to be an image. Image is just download a Postgres image version. I specify the version number here because I don't like surprises. Then you give it a container name. This is up to you, whatever container name you want to give it. I'm going to give it my project name, which is solid_dashboard. Then you are going to put in some of the environment variables. So it needs Postgres_DB, Postgres_user, Postgres_password. This Postgres database is only running locally on my machine. I can just have Postgres for all my user DB passwords for ease of use. Then we have this ports, which is going to be 54322 and map it to 5432 in my machine. And then this is the volume. I'm going to specify where it should save all the data in my computer, right? That's all you need to do. You save this file and then come out. Now, the next is you need to go ahead and create, let me close this, create a new file and call this env, because we need to now set up those environment variables from Docker Compose, put this in here, and construct a Postgres connection string that I'll be using to connect with our database. Basically, it's going to look like this. So as you can see here, we created some variables: database user, Postgres, database password, Postgres, database name, database host, in our case is going to be localhost, and database port is going to be 54322. This is the database URL, and this is how you need to structure the URL. This is just default Postgres connection string. So first Postgres : you're going to give the database user. It's going to take as a variable from here, then the password at database host, then database port / the database name. That is the connection string that we'll be using to talk to our database. While I'm here, I am also going to create another file, env.d.ts. This is going to be for the types. So whenever I'm accessing any env variables, I want my editor to give me auto-completion. So here, declare namespace node.js and do an interface process env, open a curly brace here, and then I'm going to say read only. Do the first one. I'm going to say database URL is our first environment variable, which is going to be string, and rest of it, I'm going to just go ahead and copy this like so. This is now going to allow us to get auto-completion whenever we are accessing an env variables. Okay. All right, so at this point, we now have to run our database. So here, I'm going to stop our server. In our terminal, take a look at here. What I want to do is I want to call docker compose up-d. That should start this process. So Docker will look into our docker-compose YAML file, and it's just going to download all the image, start a container named Solid Dashboard. All right, and now here you can see on the Docker desktop, this is Solid Dashboard Postgres is running. All right, that's all we need. Now our Postgres database is set up. Now we have to seed all this data into database. The easiest way to do this is utilize one of the routes. So what I want to create inside this route, I want to create a folder, and I'll call this API. And inside this API folder, I want to call a file, which is going to be seed.ts. So let's go ahead. The first thing I want to do, I have to utilize a package called Postgres. So let's go ahead, install that package. We're going to say install Postgres. All right, we have Postgres installed, and now we're going to import Postgres from Postgres. And here we're going to initialize, we're just going to call this SQL, and it's going to call that function. And here we're going to get process.env. There you go. We are getting all the auto completion here, and we just need this database URL. Now, let me tell you a little bit about two ways you can grab the database URL from Solid application. One is through process.env. Another one is vite.import, I believe. So let's take a look. So here on our left hand side, you can take a look that environment variables. I'm going through their documentation. So here you can learn about public variables are considered safe to expose to the client-side code. These variables are prefixed with vite and are injected into the client-side code during compilation time. So vite will be exposed. Okay, so keep that in mind. And take a look at that documentation as well to learn more. Okay, so now we're going to just create a bunch of function, which is going to be async function. So the first function is going to be our seed invoices. So we're going to seed our invoice. Okay, and this needs to be an async function because we will be using a wait keyword. And this time we're going to say SQL. So this is the one. And it's just going to take a template string like so. Inside this template string, we can write raw SQL. So we want to say create table. If you're brand new to SQL, SQL is just a query language, how you query data from your database. It's pretty easy to get going with because it's just like you were speaking English language. For example, here, create table. This does not have to be capital, but it's a convention to write your SQL declaration into capital. So here we're saying create a table if not exist. That's important. And we're going to call this table invoices. And here we are going to open a parentheses. And inside this parentheses, the columns of that table. The first one, we're going to say ID, create an ID. And this is, we want to say UUID, which is going to be default. And here it is gonna be UUID underscore generate underscore v4, and then call this function. This is a Postgres specific function so that it's going to create a unique ID for us automatically. And we're gonna say this one is gonna be our primary key. Okay, there are two types of keys in when you're creating a table, right? There is going to be a primary key. Primary key is important to query that data. You're always going to go by that particular ID. And the other one is going to be a foreign key. Foreign key is going to be when you're referring another primary key, another table. Okay, next up, we want to now, let's call this customer underscore ID. Now here we are going to again do UUID, and this cannot be null. If you take a look at Placeholder-data, you take a look at our invoices, it looks similar. So we are adding an extra ID property, which is going to be randomly generated. Then we will have our customer ID, amount, status, and date. Then we're going to have amount, which will be integer type. So this UUID, as you can see here, these are Postgres specific type of the data. Let me make this a little bit nicer to look at. So here, when we are saying amount and we are putting int, it stands for integer. It's a type, so it's going to take a number, and amount cannot be null as well. So in order for us to post any data to these invoices, we have to pass an amount. We have to pass a customer ID. Otherwise, it's just going to give you an error. So next property we are in is going to be status. We can do varchar, so variable character. Variable character basically mean I can specify the number of the character I want to allow for this status to be. Let's just go ahead and do 255. And then again, this is going to be not null as well. And the next up, we're going to have a date. Now this date is going to be a date type and not null. And then here, what we want to do is create a promise-based function. So you're going to say inserted invoices equals to await, and that's going to be promise.all. And here we want, so invoice, we're going to import all these invoices from the placeholder data now, and then we are going to put this here. So invoices.map is going to give us invoice, and then here we're going to run another SQL, and here we're going to say insert into invoices. That's a table name. These are the value I want you to insert. Customer underscore, I want you to insert amount, status, and the date. All right. And then these are the value I want you to insert. This is actually going to be values. For customer ID, we want to do a variable here, and we want to get that invoice dot customer ID. And next up is going to be, we're going to get invoices dot amount, like so. And then we're going to get status. And then last, we're going to go the date. Okay. And here we are going to say, if there's any conflict on the ID, we're going to say do nothing. At the very end of this function, seed invoices, we're going to return inserted invoices. Like so. So the first function is, we're calling this seed invoice. It's going to first create a table, if not exists already. Then it's going to take all our placeholder data. It's going to map through each property. So it's going to map through each one, and then each value. So the first one, insert into invoices table that we just created. And I want to get the customer ID, amount, status, and date. And the value I want to input in those properties are invoices.customer ID, amount, status, date. If there is a conflict on ID match or some mismatch or something, I'm going to say do nothing, and then simply return these inserted invoices. Next up, I'm going to go ahead and copy this down, and here we are now going to call this customers. So async function seed customers. We're going to do similar thing. So await SQL, create table if not exist. So this time is going to be customers. Like so. So this is the table, customers. Customers will have an ID, which is going to be UID, default that generate v4 as a primary key. Now here we want different information. We want a name. So let's take a look at our data. So the ID, it's taken care of. We have name, email, and image URL. So let's go ahead and do that. So name going to be varchar in this case. Let's do that. Let's go ahead and put 255. So name varchar 255 not null. And then next property would be email. And we're talking same thing, not null. I'm going to copy paste this one more time. And here, instead of email, I'm going to call this image URL, which is going to be varchar 255 not null as well. Now, the next one is going to be inserted customers instead of invoices, like so. We want to get ID, we want to get name, we want to get email, and we want to get image URL, like so. Here though, we want customers, and we're going to do customer like that. So customers, we are importing that again from our placeholder data. We're mapped through each property. We're inserting into customers table that we just created. We have an ID, name, email, image, URL, this property. The value, we are going to do customer. Obviously, we don't need this. You have customer.id. This is going to be name. This is going to be email. And this is going to be image URL, like that. And we're going to keep this on conflict ID, do nothing, and then just simply copy and return this. So we have two distinct functions for seeding invoices and then seeding the customers. And then we need another function. Let's just create this here. We're going to call this again async function. This one going to be seed revenue, like so. Again, we're going to do SQL template string create table if not exists revenue, and we want month as the property. Let's go ahead and do varchar for this. And month, I think 4 should be good, because you're going to take this to shorter version. And then not null, and has to be unique. And then here we're going to say revenue. Revenue is going to be an integer, and of course it cannot be null as well. Right underneath, we're going to call this inserted revenue is equal to await promise.all. We are going to get revenue. Let's go ahead and import that. It's going to give us each revenue. Let's call our SQL function. And then obviously we're going to say insert into revenue table that we just created. We just simply want the month and revenue. Values we want to input is revenue dot month. And then revenue dot revenue, like so. And then we're going to at last just return this inserted revenue like that. So we've got our seeding functions here. Now this time, what we want to do, since this one is a seed.ts file, it is only going to run on the server side, even though we are putting this into route. So here, what we have access to export async function get. So we can do that. And here we're going to run a try catch, await SQL. This one is just simply going to get that extension. So create extension if not exist, and that's going to be UUID dash OSSP. This is the extension that our Postgres database need to create this UUID, right? So this one right here. So UUID generate v4. So we're going to first create that extension, and then we're going to say const, we're going to say result, we're going to await SQL, we're going to say begin is a function, is going to take that SQL, and we're going to open this array, and here we're going to call this seed customers function, we're going to call our seed invoices function, and then we're going to call our revenue function all at once. Okay, right underneath we're just going to return a response .json object, which will simply have database seeded successfully. If you take a look, what we're doing, we are calling this an API folder, and inside this API folder is a TS file. So it is going to be an API route. And then we have catch. If there's any error, we are going to return a response JSON with an error object. Also, we're going to pass in a status, and that's going to be 500. Okay. All right. So this is to create all the data into our database. So all we have to do simply right now, if I did everything correctly, I am going to go to my page. Let's run the application. Okay, so application started. What I want to do here, since this is in our route folder, we're going to say API seed. Okay, and if I go, you take a look that we do have indeed an error. Okay, so I did fix some of the issues, and it's important when you're writing SQL, right? So one potential issue that I fixed is when I write this await SQL, and this is the template string, the last property should not have any commas. Every other before property should have comma to separate them. And this is important, semicolon. If I don't provide the semicolon, then it's just not going to run. So this template string only going to run this SQL statement. And this SQL statement start with a create and has to end with a semicolon. So this is what I was missing. So I add that. Same information here as well. Make sure to add the semicolon here, and the customers, I added the semicolon here because this is the SQL language that's going to run, and we have to put the semicolon there. And here and in the revenue, make sure that there's no comma here at the end. And I also added this information that I think I missed. So on conflict month, do nothing, and then semicolon. So once I did all this, I think it is going to now work. I'm going to go API, and then you can see message database seeded successfully. All right, that's all we wanted. I want to go ahead inside my Postgres database to take a look if I indeed have those tables. So let me make this terminal a little bit bigger. Make sure you are on the same particular folder. And what I want to do is I want to run Docker exec, stand for execute -it. Basically, that means interactive. This is going to be the name of our container, Solid dashboard that we just created. And we want to do PSQL. So Postgres does allow us to interact with this database through terminal, through PSQL, and the -u means username, which is going to be Postgres. So if I open this up, you can take a look that right now we are actually indeed in our database. Here, if I do /dt and enter, you can see we indeed have these three tables: customers, invoices, and revenue. Let's go ahead and run a query. So I can say select star means select everything from. Let's do customers. And then end with semicolon. That was the mistake I did, right? So you have to do the semicolon. And if I enter this, you can see that all of the information now it is coming from our database. So it means our seed indeed had successfully worked. All right. Now, since we practiced the seeding inside the same API directory, I want to create another file. And this time I want to call this file query.ts because I want to query some of the data from the database and show in our UI just to confirm everything is working correctly. So inside our API, I'm going to create another file called query.ts. This is again going to be an API route. And here, let's go ahead and import our Postgres package. We'll need that Postgres, and we're going to do the same exact thing. Const SQL, initialize our Postgres with our process.env, and we need the URL in this case. All right, so let's go ahead and create an async function. This one is going to be list invoices. It's going to do that. Let's bring invoices. We just took a look at the customers through our terminal, and here we can just say const data, and let's do SQL, and again the template string, and here we're going to write our SQL statement. Select, what do we want to select? We want to select invoices, the table, and from that table we want the amount property. So select invoices.amount, customers.name from. So right now, when we are actually querying the data, take a look at this. We are actually getting the invoices.amount and also the customer's name. The customer's name is in a customer table. So we are going to join these two tables. We're going to query this from both invoices plus the customer name from invoices table. And now we're going to join these two. So join customers. So we're going to bring in the customer table, and we're going to say on invoices dot customer. So how do I join them? We're gonna join them through invoice table has a customer ID, right? So we're gonna join through invoices.customer ID. If that is equals to customer ID, then it's gonna have the customer name. So here we're gonna say where we can add additional logic to it, where invoices.amount is, let's say, is 8080. So if I take a look, placeholder data, shorten this, open this invoices, take a look at this one right here, customer 0. So we should see this Alex Johnson's name, okay? And then here, we're just gonna simply say return the data. And here, let's go ahead and export, get this information. So export async function get. It's going to, I'm going to do try. It's going to try return response JSON object, actually not object, but JSON. We are going to await this and list invoices function. We're going to call this invoices function. It's going to return that. And here, we're going to do a catch error if there is an error. And then we're going to return again response, do the error. I'm only using one shorthand. It basically means error colon error basically. And here I'll also want to do status, which is going to be 500. That means it's a server error. Okay, so it should return me something if I go right now, instead of dashboard, if I go API/query. Okay, so looks like we do have an error again. Let's take a look. The error comes from because the table name is not customer, but customer's ID. So if I save this and refresh, there you go. You take a look, we do get that invoice 8080 named Alex Johnson return. Okay, so this test is only to check whether our connection string do indeed work. So right now, what I want to do is I want to go ahead and delete this one because I just wanted to seed the data into our database. From now on, we are directly going to connect with our database through our separate API route, right? We don't want a seed file on here. So I'm going to go ahead and just trash them, but keep placeholder data like so. Let's go ahead and I'm going to go ahead and uncomment this. I'm going to comment out only the latest invoices because we haven't created that component yet. And let's go ahead and bring a revenue chart like so. And here, what we want to do is let's go ahead and work with this card. Let's take a look. Since we have some data to play with, I don't need this arbitrary random value anymore. We are going to now fetch data directly from our database. In order to do this, we are going to go ahead and create some of the functions. And this fetch functions, I am going to create this again inside our lib. All right, inside our lib directory, I'm going to create a new file. I'm going to call this data.ts. This data.ts file is going to be responsible for fetching all the data from our database. So here, we're going to create a function called fetch card data. Okay, we are going to bring in query. Now this query is going to come from Solid Router. Okay, so that's how you create a fetch function here. And the query is a function, and this will be an async function. And this query would need a name, and we're going to call this card data. So query, so if you ever worked with 10-stack query, then this is pretty much the same. I think 10-stack router is what SolidJS is using underneath. The first thing we want to do is call this use server. Okay, the first thing, this is the declaration. And we want to do this for each function that we are running that we definitely want to run on server, not client ever. Okay, let's go ahead and try catch like that. Okay, so what we want to try here. So first, we're going to say const invoice count promise. Okay, we want to run SQL, and inside this SQL, let's go ahead and bring this SQL as well. To make our life easier, what we want to do is we want to create a file called db.ts, and inside here, we are going to import Postgres from Postgres like that, and SQL is Postgres. Let's export this SQL and bring this here. So now we can bring the SQL from that DB file. So we have a connection set up through our db.ts file. All right, so for the invoice count promise, that's the first one. So we want to showcase how many invoices do we have. For example, here on your left-hand side, you say total invoices. How many invoices do we have? So we can do this. We can run select count for total, and that's going to be from invoices table. Next up, customer count promise. This is going to be similar, and here we're going to do select count from customers. Third one would be invoice status promise, and this is we need it for like how many is pending, how many is paid. Collected is going to be paid, right? So for this SQL here, and we're going to simply say select, and just so it's readable, we're going to call a function called sum, and here we're going to write, these are all SQL, right? So sum case when status is equals to paid, then amount, else 0 end as paid. So for the paid, which is going to be the collected, give me all the status of paid. If there is nothing, then just give me 0, right? So sum it up. I'm going to go ahead and do the same exact thing. So sum case when status is pending, and we'll change this. Status is pending, then amount, else 0 and as pending. And here, make sure that you don't need a comma at the end, otherwise it's not going to work. And then you're going to say from, where do you want this from? We want this from the invoices table. And then finish this statement with semicolon. Here, we're going to say const data, and we're going to await this. We're going to say promise dot all, and here we're going to pass in the array, and we are going to do invoices count promise. We're going to do customer count promise, and then we're going to do invoice status promise. So you're going to run all the promises all together with promise.all. Now we want to format this. So we're going to say const number of invoices is equals to, course this to a number, and we're going to get this data, and this data will give us an array. We're going to take the first property of that and then go to second property of that, and then from here we're going to say count. If that exists, 0. You can always go ahead and do console log this data like here, and then take a look what it returns. I already checked it out, and I found the count is going to be inside the first property, and then you get your count here. So similar to this, we're going to go 2 more times, and here instead of invoices, we're going to say number of customers. We're going to now go to our second property, so data 1 instead of data 0. So first is going to give me the invoice 0, and then 1 customer, and then count. That's going to be 0, 2. Then here we are going to say total paid invoices. Here we are actually going to create a function. We're going to say format currency, and that's going to be data. It's going to be this the third property, and inside the third property, the first, and then we're just going to get the paid if that's good. Otherwise, just gonna show me. So we're gonna do the same exact thing here. We're gonna call this, instead of paid, we are just going to do pending, and this one is also gonna be pending like that. And then here, we're just going to go ahead and return all this. So you're gonna say number of customers, number of invoices, total paid invoices, total pending invoices. All right, so we've got this all 4. If something goes wrong, then we are gonna console.error and we're going to say database error. And here we're not going to return, but we're going to throw new error with the message failed to fetch card data. Like that. Okay, so let's go ahead and quickly create this format currency function. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this. I'm going to go to our utils function, and here, go ahead and create the function here. Export const. Here is the function. It is going to take an amount, which is going to be a number. You're going to say amount divided by 100, and we're going to say to local string, and we're going to pass this US, pass this as an object style. We're going to say currency, and currency we're going to pass in USD. Let's go ahead and import that. So we are going to utilize this query function a lot to fetch our data in our SolidStart application. So go to index.tsx now, and here, how can we call that function? So SolidStart give us nice function for this called create async. So what we want to do, we're going to say const card data is equal to create async, which is a function. Let's go ahead and import that. All right, that's coming from SolidJS router. Create async will then, inside there, we have to have an arrow function, and is going to call our fetch card data function like so. Okay, so let's go ahead, delete all this arbitrary value. And here we're going to say card data. And as you know, this has to be a function, exclamation, to make the TypeScript happy. So for the collected, it's going to be total paid invoices. Pending, we will need total pending invoices. And for total invoices, we need number of invoices, like so. And for the total customers, we need number of customers. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and comment this out as well here because we're not dealing with this. So let's go ahead and refresh this and take a look what actually happens. There you go. You can see that we have a collected total is 16,985. We have a pending of 21,929. As you can see here, we have this. Now you might be wondering like how come we have 214 invoices, and that's because I'm still dealing with the database from my previous instance of the same application. So I already have a bunch of invoices already there. I didn't delete that. So that's why we have a bunch of information as a collected here, and then pending total invoice 214, but we have the same amount of customers, which is number 6. I'm going to go ahead and now work on the revenue chart with the revenue. So let's go ahead, build the fetch revenue function. So inside our data.ts port const, now we're going to do fetch revenue is equals to, is going to be our query, which is a function, async function. The first thing we're going to do is call this use server, and we are also going to give it a key revenues like that. Here we're going to run the same try catch. Once you get used to the signature of how you fetch data in SolidStart, it's going to be easy to deal with. Of course, we're going to say console. You see that we are doing this exact same thing. Console error. And here, database error. Let's just pass that error. And then throw new error. Failed to fetch revenue data. Okay, so here, let's go ahead and call const data is equals to await. And we're going to do again SQL, and this time we are going to utilize that type so that it is only going to bring me if it suffice the type. We're going to say select star from revenue like that. Is going to simply do data. For revenue is going to be very simple because all we have is an object of like a month and then revenue, all that stuff. So if you go to index, same with card data, we're going to say const revenue is equal to create async fetch revenue like that. And then here we are going to go there you go. Now there is an issue. If I make this bigger, you see we have a bunch of information. The chart looks good, but this one is, instead of showing the month, so it should show January, February, March, it's actually showing me the amount itself. So I want to go to our revenue chart. Okay, so here we are in our revenue chart component, and this label right here, it's basically showing up revenue. So if I scroll down, it's coming from this label right here, and we have this month.revenue. I just have to make this month.month. And if you take a look right now, it is rightly showing the month. So let's go back to our index.tsx here. So we have one more component left to work on. Before I go ahead and uncomment this latest invoices, let's work on this prop, which is going to be latest invoices. So let's go to data.ts, and here we are going to create a function. And we are going to follow the same signature. So you're going to create a fetch latest invoice function. We're going to use query. We're going to use useServer, and then try catch. We're going to have our data. We're going to run our SQL commands, and then we're going to just return the data. Okay. So here we're going to say export const fetch latest invoices equals to, we have our query function. It is going to be an async function, like so. The first thing we're going to say, it's going to be a server, and we are going to give this a key. I'm going to say latest invoices, like that. And here we're going to open up try catch. So I'm going to say try, and you're going to say catch if there's any error. I can go ahead and just copy this to here, and instead of revenue data, we're just going to say latest invoices, like that. And inside our try, we are going to go ahead and do const data is await. We're going to have our SQL, and this time we are going to use a type, which is going to be, so latest invoice raw, which is going to be an array. And then we're going to open up our template string. Here we're going to say select invoices amount, customers name, customers image URL, and customers dot email, and then invoices dot ID from invoices table. And then we're going to join this with customers table on invoices dot customer underscore ID, which is equals to customers ID. And then we are going to order this by invoices date, and then we're going to say descending order. So instead of we are going to create a filter and sort it out with JavaScript, we can get this data sorted out by the date from the database. So we're also going to say limit this by only 5. I don't want anything more than 5 records, okay? And then we are going to go ahead and end this with a semicolon. And after this, here we're going to say const latest invoices is equals to data.map. It is going to give us invoice and here we're going to open up object. We're going to get everything, and then just when the amount, we are just going to go ahead and format that. And we have that function format currency, and we're just going to go ahead invoice dot amount, like that. So it's going to give us the data from the database. The amount is saved in our database as like a cents, right? So we are going to go ahead and format that amount only. There is a mistake right here. Okay. And then once we do this, we're just going to, at the end, return this latest invoices. That should do it, but let's take a look at this latest invoice raw type. Okay, so we're going to go to our definition, and here we are actually going to create two types. So first we're going to say export type, which is going to be latest invoice, just the type for the latest invoice, what it looks like. And to give you a little bit of a reference to this, you take a look at our application. This is the latest invoice going to look like. At each row, we're going to have this customer name. We're going to have this customer profile image, which is the image URL. We're going to have this email, and we will have this amount. As you can see here, the amount is showing up with the formatted version with the $ and in USD. So let's go ahead and create just that type for the latest invoice. We are going to get an ID, and then we are going to get the name, which is again going to be a string type. We are going to get image URL. We are going to get, and then at the end, we are going to get the amount also as a string. Now, this next type we are going to create, which is going to be latest invoice raw, is we're going to omit latest invoice except for this amount, and here we are just going to do amount, which is going to be number. Okay, this is the type latest invoice raw is the one that we will be using here. So let's go ahead and bring this type from our definition, and then let's go ahead and save this. All right, at this point, if I go back to index.tsx, here I'm going to copy paste because we now need latest invoices, and this one will be fetch latest invoices like that. And here, let's go ahead and uncomment this. And here we're gonna say latest invoices, call this, and then let's make TypeScript happy. And now we have to go ahead and create this component. So the way we're gonna do this is inside our components, inside our dashboard, we're gonna create a new file, and we're gonna say latest invoices.tsx, like that. And here we're gonna say export default function latest invoices. We're going to take a props latest invoices props like that, and we'll return something. Let's create this interface real quick, and then it's going to be latest invoices props. And it's just going to take latest invoices, which is going to be type of latest invoice that we created, and it's going to be an array type. So this is why we created this type separately, because we are going to utilize this one not only on this type, we're also going to include this into our interface for our latest invoice component. So now, the first thing we're going to do an if check. That's basically going to be a null check. So if there is no latest invoices, or latest invoices dot length is equals to 0, then we are just going to return a p tag, basically saying no data available. Let's go ahead and add some class here. And here we're going to say margin top. We're going to say 4 text gray, we're going to say 400, like that. And inside our return, if there is indeed data, we're going to say div, and the first div, let's go ahead and give some class. This one is going to be flex call, and with full, we're going to say medium devices call span 4. And then here we're going to add an h2. This will basically say latest invoices. And here, let's do some class as well. And this time is going to be margin bottom 4, text XL, medium devices text to Excel. And underneath this H2, we're going to have a div. Let's add some class here as well. And then this class will have flex call. We're going to say grow, justify between. We're going to say rounded, Excel, BG, gray, 50, dark, BG, gray, 800 with 75 opacity, and then all around padding of 4. And then inside here, we're going to create another div. And this one will have a class. And this one will just have a BG white, dark, BG slate 900, and horizontal padding 6. And here we're going to open up our for component. Let's bring this up from our SolidJS. Here we're going to iterate through props.latest invoices. And here it's going to give us invoice and index. And here we're going to open up another div, and I'm going to copy paste this to class and class list like so. So what we're doing here in a div, we're adding a class. We're saying flex row, item center, justify between, and vertical padding to 4. We're also adding, this is called class list. Class list is going to take a Boolean, and then based on that Boolean value, it's going to add an extra class to it. So I'm saying that border top, so there's going to be add a border top only if the index, this is why we're using this index, and we have to call this, remember, if it's not 0, right? So for the first row, there's not going to be any border top, but every other row, it will have a border top. So inside that div, we're going to open up another div like that. This is going to have a class, and we're going to say flex items center. And then inside there, we're going to have this image. Let me copy this. We're going to have this image tag. Source, we are bringing in invoice.image URL. And then alt, we're constructing through like invoice.name, name's profile picture. We are adding some classes, and we are saying, so classes look at MR, we are doing 4, and then we are also doing rounded full, so it's going to be circle. And then we are saying width 32 and height 32. So underneath the image, we are bringing in this div, which have a class of min width 0, a paragraph tag, truncate, text small, font semi-bold, text base. It will have the invoice name. And then P class hidden text small, text gray is going to have the invoice email. Invoice name is basically customer name. So underneath this 2 div, we're going to add this one. It's going to say invoice.amount, truncate, and that should be good for our for. And then right underneath this div, we are going to add here. This is going to come from Lucid Solid. So just a refresh icon. And here with some classes, we are going to add H3, update it just now. That should do it, but let's go ahead to index and let's bring this up from our component. And let's take a look. What does it do? So as of right now, you see that it is showing no data available. So let's go ahead and refresh this. It is showing failed to fetch latest invoices. Let's go to our data.ts. And there we go. I actually misspelled that. Select like that. Now if I save this and refresh this one more time. All right. At first render, you notice that it is showing no data available. Okay. So we're going to come back to it and then talk about this one because this is solid specific. So if I refresh the page one more time, you can see that in the terminal, we are already getting our information back. So we have our recent revenue. We also have our latest revenue as well, and it's just working. So this is the icon we are talking about that is coming from Lucid and then updated just now. And these are the invoices. All right, before we talk about why it showed at the first render, so let me show you. So if I go back to homepage, all right, and then click on the dashboard, programmatically go to the dashboard, instead of doing a full refresh, if I go down, you see that it does not show the data. And that's because SolidJS renders only one time. The first time it renders, data is just not available because it is coming from database. So in order to show the data when it's actually available, what we needed to do is the first thing, we have to introduce the show component. So for the revenue chart, let's go ahead and here add the show component and wrap this around this revenue chart. We're going to bring this from our SolidJS, and we're going to say when the revenue is just going to be available, right? So let's go back to our homepage. And then if I now go to dashboard, if you scroll down, you see that revenue chart is now showing because it is now waiting on that revenue to become available and then render. We're going to do similar thing with latest invoices as well and see if that works. So let's go ahead and bring in this show component for latest invoices. And here we're going to say when latest invoice is available, then show. So as of right now, it is showing. Let's go back to our home page and then come back here. Let's go to dashboard and then scroll down. You see that now both are showing in the first render. So remember this is Solid specific. Solid application is going to render just once, okay? So you have to, whenever you are working with create async or any async data, fetching them, you have to make sure that you are actually having this type of show component, or you are adding some sort of signal so it can track it and it can show when that's available right now, okay? We are not going to end up here. We are going to include like a skeleton. We're going to make it show like if it's loading, what should you show to the user, because it might take time. In that case, what do you show to the user? So skeleton is going to be the best case. So before we do that, what I'm going to do, I am tired of just going back and forth with changing the URL. So let's go ahead, include that sidebar and have our navigation. So that's going to be our next step. So the way we're going to do this is we are going to create another file here in the dashboard, because the sidebar is only going to be available in the dashboard, right? We're going to call this sidenav.tsx. And this one is actually bothering me because I'm going to make this small case, card.tsx. Here, let's go ahead, import this one more time, like so, and that should be good. In the sidenav.tsx, I'm going to go ahead and copy paste. What we're basically doing, we have this Acme logo that we are bringing, and we are also going to bring in nav links. We're creating this function called sidenav return div with some classes. Here we are utilizing that programmatically go from one route to another. So this is SolidJS anchor tag, capital A. You know this already about. href is going to be the home page, which will be the Acme logo right here. So, and this Acme logo is just simply going to be, let's go ahead and create a new file that's going to be in the components, and I'm going to call this acme-logo.tsx. And here we're going to go ahead and paste this. This is our logo, export default function, Acme logo, return a div. Globe is just an icon. Okay, we are going to go ahead and let's go ahead and delete this and just import it from here. We're going to do similar things on nav links. Let's go ahead and bring in nav links as well. So the way we're going to create the nav links, we're going to create a file. I'm going to say nav links.tsx here. First, we're going to create an array of some objects, and it's just going to have the name, which is going to be, let's call this home, and then href. All right. And this one is going to be dashboard. That's going to be href for our home page. We are also going to have an icon. Let's go ahead and add this icon as well. This icon will come from our Lucid Solid. So let's add two more. This one is going to be invoices. That's going to be our second page. And this will go to our dashboard/invoices like that. And the icon for this one is going to be files. If you want to take a look at the routes. We have a dashboard. So dashboard is going to be the first route, and dashboard/customers invoices. Those are going to be 2 pages, right? So I'm going to create this invoices page, dashboard/invoices, and the next one is going to be for customers. So let's do customers. And then here we're going to have customers. And for the icon, we're going to do users. That's also going to come from our Lucid Solid. And here, let's go ahead and export default function. We're going to call this nav links. And here we're going to return fragment. And here we would need our for component because we will be going through this link. So let's go ahead and we're going to say links, and let's go import this. Open curly brace. And here we're going to say it's going to give us link. And first thing, we're going to go ahead and create link icon. It's going to be link.icon like that. We are going to return anchor tag from Solid. So let's bring this from our router. Let's give this our href, and this href is obviously going to be link.href like that. Go ahead, add some classes, paste this like so. Okay, so we have our anchor tag with an href, which will get it from the link, and we have some classes to make it look nice. Inside this anchor tag, we are now going to go ahead, get that link icon, and obviously I have to make this width 6 so it looks nicer. And then underneath there, we're going to have a p tag, and it's just going to have the link name like that. And let's go ahead and make this class hidden on small devices, but show up on the medium or big devices. That should do it for now. We're gonna come back to it because we have something to show you when it comes to like active links. So let's go ahead and do our side nav. And here, let's delete this and bring this from our component. Here, the power button, we are not going to use this. Let's go ahead and now talk about how we can show this. So what I'm thinking right now is I'm going to show this in a layout. So what I basically want, I want this side nav to appear on the same level as the dashboard, and that should affect customers' invoices, these pages, right? And the index page is going to be your home page. So if you take a look at nav links, when I say the home, it's actually going to be the index page, okay? Because /dashboard. We can also make this index so that you can understand it a little bit better. We can rename this and make this home like that. That's fine as well. Solid is going to refer this as the index.tsx file, right? So the way we are going to show up this side nav is through a layout. So if you're coming from Next.js, or if you're familiar with Next.js, you know that Next.js works with like a folder. You create a folder. Inside that folder, you will have a page.tsx, which is similar to what index.tsx here. And then you have your error.tsx file, your not found tsx file, or layout.tsx file, all that good stuff, right? In case of SolidStart, the layout file that you're going to create, in order for it to work on the route that you want to affect, you have to have the same name. So for an example, since we have a route group already, it's going to be easier for us. So inside this dashboard, I'm going to go ahead and create another file, and I'm just going to call this dashboard.tsx. Okay, same name as the route. Okay, that would tell the compiler of Solid that this is going to be a layout, and this layout will affect not only this dashboard but everything inside this dashboard as well. All right, you'll see what I mean here in a moment. So dashboard.tsx, let's go ahead and create this layout file. So we're going to say export default function. We're going to call this dashboard layout, and it's going to get props, which is going to be route section props. SolidStart really makes it super easy to create a layout file. So they already give you a route section props, so you can go ahead and add that to your props type. And here we're going to say return div. Inside this div, let's add some class. And here we're going to say flex column. And here we're going to say height screen. And in medium devices, we want to say flex row. And medium devices, we also want to say overflow hidden. And then inside here, we're going to do another div. And here, let's go ahead and add some classes. We're going to say width, full, flex, none. And medium devices, we're going to say width 64, like that. And we're going to have our side nav. And then right underneath here, because it's going to be flex instead of fleck, like that. Here, we're going to have another div. This div will have class. We're going to say flex grow, padding 6, medium device. We're going to say overflow -y auto. And then medium device, we're going to have padding of 12. And inside here, we're going to now render the children. And that children is going to come from this props. So take a look at left-hand side. We already have the side nav nice and ready. So let me make this bigger. As you can see here, we have homepage, invoices, customers, and everything works fine. Now, the only problem is we yet do not know where we are. So let's make this. So for an example here, our invoices page, our customers page, but we actually do not know where we are right now, right? So in order to fix this, and that's going to be in our nav links, here, you see href is link.href, right? Here, we can actually add another class, and this is called activeClass. So whenever the nav is active, we can show this class. So right now, I want to just make this like have a border. There you go. Take a look. Now we are on the home page. If I go to invoice page, then it is now bordered. Here, this is customer page, also border here as well. Now take a look at this. You see that on the home page, it is border. If I go to invoices page, now this home page still always border, right? So in order to fix this, all you have to do is add this end property. And then if you click, you will see that it's now only going to look for end route. So here, if I go to this invoice page, it's only going to take this invoice route and not going to take the dashboard route. If you don't put the end, it's going to take the entire route, like /dashboard/invoice, if that makes sense. See how easy this is to work with SolidStart. In order to do this in a Next.js application, you would have to first get the params, get the route, what is the URL, and based on that, you would have to check whether that route matches your current route. So a lot of code, you obviously can do it, and a lot of people are doing it on Next.js. I did it as well, but having just an active class like this, it's actually really, really good. All right, so we have this nice little side nav right now. Now let's take a look. I'm going to go ahead and close all this. So if we go back to our homepage right here, you see that we have our recent revenue and we have our latest revenue, and we are showing this through our show component. So I want to show some sort of like skeleton. Okay, so what if it is now loading? For an example, let's go ahead and to our data.ts file. Here, let's go ahead and add a little bit of artificial delay. Okay, so in our fetch latest invoice, what I'm going to do is right here, I'm going to console log, and I'm going to basically say fetching latest invoice data, and underneath this we are going to have new promise resolve. It's going to resolve to a set timeout, and let's just do like 4,000. Okay, basically 4 seconds. And we're gonna go ahead and do data fetch completed after 4 seconds, like so. Now let's go to our landing page first, and here click on the dashboard. You see that it is showing you fetching latest invoice data, and then it shows your, so once it's available, only then it goes to your route. So if I click on here again, you see that literally right here, you have to wait for 4 seconds to it actually to go to that route. You don't want that, obviously. So what we're going to do is we are going to introduce Suspense. Suspense is not only give us a fallback to show the skeleton, but Suspense will let us go to that route. Okay, I want to add here Suspense like that. I'm going to wrap this entire show latest component. Let's bring the Suspense from our SolidJS, not Solid Router, remember that. And Suspense will take a fallback. And here the fallback could be anything. It could be a string or it could be a solid component as well. So that's what we want to do. Invoices skeleton component like that. And let's go ahead and create this latest invoices skeleton component. All right, so we're going to go to our components, and here we're going to create a file, and we're going to call this skeletons.tsx. Here all the skeletons are going to live. Export function. Let's grab this name. All right, and then we are simply going to create, now this is something that you can just copy paste. This is just pure CSS, like so. This shimmer is going to come from here. So it's a bunch of class names, CSS, for this shimmer. You can just copy paste from there. And then invoice skeleton. So the invoice skeleton is going to be another function that we can call it here. So this is just going to show us the skeleton that looks similar to how our table looks like. Once we have this, let's go ahead and bring this. And now let's go ahead and refresh this page. And let's go down, take a look at this. Now, if I go back to my landing page, go to dashboard, you can directly go to the dashboard page, the route, and the latest invoice now shows the skeleton instead of just blocking you to go to that route altogether. Okay, so that's great. So what I want to do here right now, I don't want to spend more time and building the skeleton because these are just going to be copy paste anyway. I'm going to go ahead and paste in all the skeleton that we will be using throughout this application inside the skeletons.tsx file. And then one by one, we can just import that. So we're going to do a similar thing here with our revenue as well, so that if revenue has some sort of delay, it's going to show us that suspense as well. Suspense, and let's go ahead and get this inside there. And we're going to do fallback, and this one will have revenue chart skeleton, like so. We also can do similar thing with our card information. So if for some reason there's one card is like delaying or whatnot, we can go ahead and add a suspense here as well. So let's go ahead and do this suspense here. Let's just grab this like so. And then in this suspense, we do have a fallback, and that's going to be card skeleton like that. So you can take a look. So you can just grab this, put this into our card, fetch card data information. You take a look that it is now waiting on 4 seconds to show up all the card. So if something happens, let me show you how it looks like on the desktop. So let's go back to invoices page. There you go. It looks like that. It actually showing just one card instead of like, so I think there is one more that say card skeleton. There you go. Now it's going to show up like this. So all 4 cards. Okay. All right, I think we are good with our dashboard page here. Okay, so we are almost done with our dashboard page. Before we move to our invoices page, I want to show you a new slick feature from SolidStart. It's called preload. So what I'm going to do here inside our data.ts, I'm going to go ahead and comment this set timeouts function that I introduced, and then go back to this home.tsx. Now I'm going to make this a little bit bigger so you can see, and open my inspect element tool. If you're on Chrome, you will have DevTools. I'm on Safari here. So what I want to do here is I want to go to the network tab. So network tab, you see that it is all showing. So every bit of network connections that going on to show me this website, it's going on here. You can take a look. I'm not interested in all of that. All I'm interested in this xhr/fetch. It is only going to show me the fetch request that's coming in and going out. So here, as you can see, let me make this. If I go to the invoice page, nothing happens because there is no fetch happening in our invoice page. There's absolutely nothing except for this text. Same case with customer. But if I go to now dashboard page, you see that this 3 server request happens. Now each server request is for this 3, right? So one is for fetch card data, fetch latest invoices, and then third one is going to be fetch revenue. Now, what I want to show you is the feature is called preload. So what does this preload do? Go ahead and do export const route, and this is going to be an object, and it's going to give us preload. So this preload will be an arrow function, which will basically call this function, and I'm going to call this. And then let me go ahead and grab both of them here. So here we want to do this, and here also we want to do this. So in this preload, prefetch this resources for me before I go even into the route. So this is basically means here, if you take a look, I'm going to delete all the requests right here and go to my customer page. I want you to notice this page right here, okay? So I am going to hover over our home link. All right, not going to click it, but hover over it. So you will see that it is already going to start fetching my resources. So if I hover over home, you see that it is already fetching my resources. Now, if I go to this link here, you can see it feels super duper fast because the resources is already available. So let me go ahead and delete this and go again one more time. You see that it hover over, it is there already. And when I click it, you will see that the information, the resource is already available for me. So this will make your application super snappy to your end user. So this is very nice coming from your SolidStart framework. This is something optional. Obviously, you can do it if you want. If you want your application to feel faster, then you can go ahead and do this. So this is the last part I wanted to show you when it comes to dashboard page. Now let's go and focus in our invoices page, okay? I want to show you the design of this invoices page one more time, just for reference. So take a look at this. So we have a title here, invoices. Then we have this search component. Then we have this create invoices button. And then we have this table. At the bottom here, we have a pagination component. So we kind of have like 4 components. So we have like search component, this button right here, create, and then this table component, and then pagination component. So we're going to work on one by one, step by step, okay? Let's open up this and go to our invoices index page here. I'm going to open up a div. This div will have just one class with full. And then we'll have inside this title. So this is just a div, flex with full item center, justify between. And then inside here, we'll have that title invoices with H1. All right. So right underneath this div, I'm going to have another div which will have this search. So I'm going to go ahead and comment this 2 out as of right now. But this is going to be our search component, as you can see here. And we are adding this placeholder as a prop. The reason we are adding a placeholder as a prop is because I want to make this search component as generic as possible. So you can use this search with different type of placeholder. Let's say search invoices, or let's say search customers, for an example. All right, so I want to make it generic. So that's why I made made the placeholder dynamic enough. And then this create invoice is that create invoice button that I was talking about. And then next up, underneath this particular div, all we have to do is table component. I'm going to go ahead and obviously comment this out as of right now. And I'm going to go ahead and get rid of this prop as well. And then just have this table component like that. And then right underneath, we will have another component. Let's go ahead and open this comment. And this component will just be pagination component, okay? So basically just those 4 components: search, create, invoice, table, and paginations. Now let's go ahead and create each component step by step. The first one, we're gonna do search in our components folder right here. So I'm gonna create a new file. I'm gonna call this search.tsx, like so. And this search will be very simple. We are going to export default function. I'm gonna call this search. Is going to take props. I'm gonna call search props like that. Let's go ahead and create this types first. We're gonna say interface, and it's gonna be search props placeholder, which is basically going to be a string type. And we're going to return a form. And inside this form, we'll have label like this. Now you see that it is actually showing me HTML4. This is if you're working with React. For our Solid, we can just do for like so. And for, we're gonna say search, all right? And here we're gonna say search as well. Let me add some class and role to this form real quick. So I'm going to go ahead and add some class, relative, flex, flex1, flex shrink -0, and role search, just to make this accessible. And then we have our label. I'm also going to add a class to our label as well. And this is going to be SR only. If I hover over this one, you can take a look. This is the class that Tailwind CSS gives you. Right underneath our label, we are going to go ahead and introduce our input. And this for search, this is going to be the ID. Like that. We do not need the name. We definitely need this class, and we would need the placeholder. Here we're gonna say props.placeholder like so. Let me go ahead and save this. Now I want you to notice one thing. I don't know if you noticed it before, but I am always using props.placeholder, unlike React, where I would probably be destructuring this one. The reason for this one is in Solid, you do not want to destructure like React. That can break your reactivity on your code. So always use props. Underneath this input, we're going to have this search icon. Now this search icon is basically going to come from, we're going to coerce it to say search icon instead of search, from Lucid Solid, like so. Because Lucid has a search icon that I want to use. It's called search, but our component name is search. So to avoid that confusion, I am going to use that search icon and call it search icon literally. And we'll have this classes. So that's okay. Save it. I'm going to come back to it. Obviously, we're going to hook it up with actually try to make the search work. But right now, let's go ahead and just create that structure, right? So I'm going to go to our index. I'm going to close this home because I don't need that dashboard page anymore. So here, I'm going to just bring this search real quick from our component. And if I save this, take a look, we have our search input. Okay, so it's looking good. Next, what we want to do is create that button, which is going to be create invoice. So inside create invoice, since it's going to be a button, what I want to do here, and this is specific to invoices page, right? This is not going to be a generic. So inside our components, I'm going to create a new folder. I'm going to call this invoices, because that's going to be the page. All the components that relates to invoices is going to be invoices folder. Inside here, I'm going to create a file. I'm going to call this buttons.tsx, like so. And here we are going to simply do export function. I'm going to call this create invoice. It's going to be a function, and it's going to return that create invoice is going to take to a specific page, which is going to be our create invoice page. And for that, we're going to use this bit of syntax. We're going to bring in our link, and we're going to say that that href that should take to dashboard/invoices/create. So you're going to create this page. We don't have it yet, but this is where we want to go. We'll have some classes here. We have a span that say create invoice, and then this plus icon. So let's go ahead and bring in from our Lucid Solid. And if I save it here, that should do it. And now I can uncomment this and bring this from my component. If I save it here, you can see there you are. Since I am on mobile device, it's just showing me the plus icon. If I am on a bigger device, then obviously there you are. We have create invoice button. And if I click on here, it's going to show you not found, but take a look at the URL. It is indeed going to dashboard/invoices-create. All right. Okay, the next stop is going to be the table. So this particular table will be a little bit complex because you're going to have like two different views for the mobile device and also for the desktop devices. So just bear with me. We're going to go through this. I'm going to copy paste most of it because I don't want you to waste your time while I'm writing or all this tailoring classes. So for this particular table, so I'm going to go to invoices here in the component. We have the buttons. I'm going to create another file, and we're going to call this table.tsx. So inside here, we're going to say export default function invoice table is going to take some props, invoice table props, like that. And obviously it's going to return something. Let's create the interface for that invoice table props. This invoice table is going to take a couple of props. Now we're going to talk about this props in a bit because I don't want to confuse you just right now. Here in return, I'm going to go ahead and add all this TSX or JSX right here. What's basically happening when we are going to pass in the invoices that we're going to fetch, then we are going to go ahead and iterate through those invoices and show them on each row. So let's go ahead and bring 4 at least here from our solid. So here invoice status, we are gonna go ahead and make this into a component. Want to do here inside invoices, I'm going to create another file, and this one is just going to say status. So if you take a look at the design here, the pending, it has a different class, and then paid, it has a different class, okay? So I want to just create something here so that it is going to apply different classes in different situation, okay? So let's go ahead and do export default function invoice status. It is going to take props, status props. Let's go ahead and create that interface, invoice status props. And this one is going to take status, and it's just going to be a string. We are going to open up a span. We are going to go ahead, paste this in. So what's happening here? We are opening up a span. We are adding some classes, and then we are adding this class list. You already know this. This is something if you want to do in React or Next, you would have to have that CLSX package. For SolidJS, you don't need that. So here, class list, we are applying this set of classes if the status is equals pending, if it's paid this class, okay? And then we are going to show based on that status as well. The show is coming from SolidJS. This clock is coming from Lucid Solid. So if it's pending, show pending with a clock icon. And if it's paid, then it's going to show up with the check icon saying paid. Okay, so go back to our table. Now we have this component. So let's go ahead and bring this here. Now, obviously, we need this format currency here, like so, like that. And then format date to locale. So that function, we don't have it yet. So let's go ahead and create that function, and we will create that inside our utils function. Here, we're gonna say export const format date to locale, which will basically take a date string as a string and locale as a string, which is gonna be by default is gonna be English US. That, and here we're gonna say const date. Let's get the date here, new date, our date string. All right, so next up we're gonna create const options, which will be type of international date time format options, and this is going to be an object. It will take day as numeric, and then it's going to take the month as short, and then year is going to take as numeric as well. Right underneath this option, so you have the date with the new date string, and we have some options here. Now we're going to go ahead and say formatter, and that's going to be new international date time format, and we're going to take this to locale, and I'm going to give this the options here. It's going to format that for us, and we're just going to simply return formatter dot format with this date. All right, so this is going to format our date in a nice little fashion here. So I'm going to go ahead and bring this to our table, and that should do it. Next, two things. One is going to be our update invoice, and the other one is going to be our alert dialog. And you can see I have two options here. One is alert dialog, and another is going to be the delete invoice. So I'm going to comment this alert dialog as of right now and uncomment this delete invoice. And then we're going to come back and work on this alert dialog. If you remember, when we are trying to delete each record from the table, it actually showed an alert dialog saying, are you sure you want to delete this? So that functionality, we'll build it later. So this update invoice and delete invoice are actually two buttons that we're going to create in that buttons file. So let's go to our buttons here, and let's go ahead and just copy paste. So this is our update invoice, props, update invoice, props, and this one is just going to be like so, because if you go back to our table, this update invoice do get an ID with invoice.id. And the reason we want to do this is because we now, again, just like the create, we want to take that ID and go to a specific page because we only want to update that record. So we need that record ID number, right? So that's going to be here, href dashboard invoices / that particular record ID. That's where it's going to go. So this is going to be another dynamic route for us. We are adding some of the classes. We are adding some ARIA label here. And then this pencil icon, which is going to be coming from obviously Lucid. Another one we want to do is delete invoice button. So it's going to be pretty similar to our update. So as you can see here, delete would also need that ID because we want to know which record we were trying to delete. So here, delete invoice is actually going to work a little bit different. You see that this is actually a form. So as of right now, let's go ahead and comment this out real quick. And then I'm going to go ahead and come back to it and show you what we are trying to do. As of right now, don't think about this too much. Let's go back to our table.tsx. And here we are going to bring this to button for our buttons file. Okay. So you can take a look. We have similar another table, and this is going to be for that different screen sizes, right? And then here, the same thing, we're going to, again, bring this format currency right there. And then we have our delete invoices. Okay. All right. That's all we need here for right now. I'm going to come back to it to fix this invoices, but other than that, I'm going to close this table. Inside these buttons, though, I think it's giving me an error. So instead of marking it here, I'm going to mark the entire return as a comment out. So it's not going to give me any error. Okay, so the last component we have is the pagination. So for that, what I want to do here, inside components, inside invoices, I'm going to create a new file, call this pagination.tsx. And here, as of right now, I'm going to go ahead and just paste in the entire component. And as you can see here, it is pretty big. So to save time, I'm not going to talk about this right now, but do a deep dive later on this video. So I'm going to go ahead and save this and go back to our index.tsx. And so far we have all the 4 components that we need. So let's go ahead into our invoice page. So here, let's go to our search.tsx. So here we have the input. The first thing we want to do is we want to grab whatever search term we want to put here, right? We want to grab this, we want to show it. So the best way to do this at the beginning is just console logging this. I have this console open, so DevTools open on my Safari browser right here. Now in input, unlike React, I don't have on change event, right? So what I have here is on input. So I'm going to go ahead and do on input right here. It's going to give us an arrow function with the event. And I'm just going to go ahead and just say console.log e.target.value. So here, let's go ahead and do hello like that, and there you go. Everything is now console logging on the browser. Now I do not see any console log on the terminal because it is running on client side only. So the next step, what I want to do here is the logic is like 3 steps. The first one is whenever I am putting a search term here, I want this search term to update the URL. Let me go ahead and copy this URL real quick and put it right here. Comment like this. So this is the URL that looks like right now. What I want to do is add a param. So I would like do something like this and then add that search term. In our case, let's say hello right there. So this is what I want. Okay, so every time I'm typing, I want to do is that I want to add a search term param onto the URL and then update this real time. Just like we are updating the console log right here, we want to update the URL instead. Once we have that URL updated, the next up what we can do right now is that table we have, this one. Now here with that search term, now we can go ahead and do a fetch request to our database to bring in just those data that suffice that search term, right? So that is the plan. So let's go ahead and delete this comment right here. We have a function. This is called use search params from SolidJS. So I'm going to go ahead and create just that. So I'm going to say const search, and then it's going to give us set params, and it's going to be use search params like so, which is a function. So you can see here, use search params is actually coming from SolidJS router. Once we have this, instead of console logging this, I want to now update this param. Here, I want to do set params, which is going to be a function. And here I can pass in an object, just say search term, which is going to be e.target.value. Like so. On input, wherever I'm putting a search term in this input, it is going to set the param from the URL, put this search term, and then the value of that search term is going to be the e.target.value. So let's check this out. So I'm going to say hello one more time. Let's go ahead and just copy the URL here. And let's take a look. There is our param. So the moment I put hello in there, this hello search term gets updated real time. Okay, so first step is done. The second step is going to be now get that search term from the URL. So I'm going to go to the index. The best way to do this in SolidJS is we are going to go ahead and do const, and we're going to say location is equals to use location, like so. That's going to give us access to the URL. Import this. This is going to come from our SolidJS router. We're going to say const search term is going to be equal to location dot query dot that param name that we have, right? So it's going to be search term. If not, then just empty string. Look here that location is a client specific because it is actually looking into the URL in your browser. That is a client side code, but neither in our component we are mentioning that this is a use client, this is a use server, none of that. So this is such a really nice mental model to work with, server component and client component with SolidStart, that Next.js just don't have. All right, this is something that I really like. So once we have this search term, let's go ahead and pass that to our table. So let me uncomment this table right here. and pass that in. I'm going to call this query, and here the query would be search term like that, and then table is going to give you an error because inside our table we did not specify that. So here query, that's going to be a type of string, and now we are going to go ahead and fetch this data. So we have to create this fetch function that will take this search term and then filter out those information from our database. So if you remember, the way we are dealing with our database is through this data.ts function, where we're basically creating some fetch function that's directly calling our database with our SQL Postgres package. So we're going to do similar thing. So I'm going to go ahead, create a function. We're going to say export const. I'm going to call this fetch filtered invoices query. If you remember, we're using query for this. And this one is going to be async. And then we'll have arrow function. And let's go ahead and give this a key. We're going to say filtered invoices here. Before we forget, we're going to say use server. We only want this one to run on the server. Now this async function is going to get some argument. The first one is going to get is query, which is going to be type of string. Here, we're going to say try catch. And at this moment, you should know this. And then I'm going to go ahead and copy paste. So console error, database error, throw new error, failed to fetch invoices. I will say filtered invoices. In the try, so const invoices is going to have that await keyword, and then we're going to say SQL, and then I'm going to use a type to tell that it needs to define by this type. So I'm going to say invoices table, and then open up this template string. This invoice table is also going to be an array. So let's go ahead and create this definition. So let's go to our definitions, and here let's just create that. So I'm going to say export type. Let me just copy this. So obviously we would need ID, which is type of string. Invoices will have customers ID, which is also going to be string. And then we'll have the name, string, email, which is string. We'll have image, URL, which is string. Then date, we're going to just do a string right there. And then amount, we're going to do number, and then status, we're going to do either pending or we're going to do paid, like so. Okay, let's go back to our data here. Now bring this type, and here we're going to write our SQL commands. The first one is going to be select, and we want to select invoices ID, invoices.amount, invoices.date, invoices.status, customers name, customers email, customers image URL from invoices table. And then obviously we're going to join this customers on invoices.customer_ID, which is equals to customers.id. Now here we're going to add some additional logic, and we are going to go ahead and do this with where clause. And here we're going to say where customers.name, like. Here we are going to go ahead and use that query string, which is going to be query, and then you can tag onto other things. So they can search for customer name, they can search for like status, they can search for like invoice amount, date, status, stuff like that, right? So the first one is going to be like this. So this one, inside this query variable, I'm wrapping this with some template string and percentage. So the percentage are actually known as wildcards. So what it's going to do is going to allow us to do a partial search instead of like strict search. The next information are going to be pretty similar. Just take a look. Customers.name alike query, or we're going to say customer email. We're going to say invoice amount, and that's going to be text because amount, we say that it is going to be number. So we are coursing to a text. Date, course it to the text and compare with that query, and then status is going to compare with that query as well. All right, so these are all possible search terms that we can search our database with. Here I want to make a note that the Postgres.js package that we are utilizing right here has SQL injection protection. We are completely safe using query in this template, but as a best practice, always verify your queries before putting into your database. Let's move on. Order by invoices.date descending. So show me the most recent invoice at the top, and then here, limit. And this is going to be another variable. I'm going to say items per page that we're just going to go ahead and just create. And here, so items per page, I'm going to go ahead and just say 6. All right, so after this, return invoices like that. So I think our fetch filtered invoice is ready. So now let's go ahead to our table. We're going to use create async. So I'm going to say const invoices, create async, which is going to be a function. We'll take an arrow function, and then we're going to say fetch filtered invoices. And here we're going to pass that argument. So we're going to say props.query. I'm going to go ahead and import our async function like so. So now you have these invoices and this table where we are iterating through each invoice. Now going to show all this information per row. Okay, so far table has the information, and in this index page, let me go ahead and import this table from, there you go. Table like this. This query is giving me some TypeScript error. I can basically say as string like that, and that should take care of the TypeScript error right there. Let's go to our local host and take a look. So we have an error called status is not defined, and this one is coming from our status.tsx. This status is actually going to be props.status like that. Let me go ahead and refresh this and go back to our local host here. There you go. Let's take a look here. We have nice little table. We have rows coming back. Some are pending, some are paid. Okay, let's go ahead and try out our search functionality. So I've got Emily Chen, David. I know we have Sarah. Okay, doesn't look like it's working. Let's take a look at our URL here, and looks like the search term, it's misspelled. So let me go to our search component here, and here we are missing an A search term. Now let's go ahead and try it one more time. There you go, it is now working. By typing Sarah, we are now getting only Sarah's result. Okay, so while we are here on our search component, I want to make a few improvements on our search functionality. So as of right now, if you take a look, when I am actually putting each letter in our input, our application is trying to fetch it right away. So once I'm doing S, it's doing a search. I'm doing A, is doing a search. I'm doing R, is doing a search. You get the gist. So this is obviously not ideal for performance. So what I want to do here right now is I want to use something called debounce. If you don't know what debounce is, it's basically a JavaScript function that injects an artificial delay for users to finish their search term. And then we would do our fetch request or get the resource back. So this is the right time to show you a nice little project by Solid folks. Here, I'm going to go to Solid Primitive. If you take a look on the left-hand side, we have this primitives.solidjs.community. This is a community project. And here they have a bunch of utility functions that specifically made for Solid reactive system. And you can take a look at the stages. So if it's green, then it's good to use in your production application. There you go. Any primitive stage 0 to 1 should be used with caution and with the understanding that the design or implementation may change, okay? I'm going to go ahead and search debounce. And there you go. It's coming from scheduled. Copy this npm. I'm going to kill my server to install this function real quick. Okay, so now we have our debounce installed. I'm going to grab this particular function, code this. I'm going to bring in our debounce function from solid primitive scheduled. As you can see here, auto import it. And here it's going to take an arrow function. And here we're going to say E, and we will just paste in this part right here. And then we want to provide the milliseconds needs to wait, right? Let's go ahead and refresh this page for good measures, and let's see if it's now working. There you go, Sarah Williams. I can also make it 3000. So it's actually going to wait for 3 seconds to make it really obvious that it's actually working. There you go. All right, so that's one of the improvement I wanted to make. A couple of other improvement is, for an example here, I'm putting David, let's say Kim. And then after this, I want to search another name, let's say John. Now, right now, there is no button here so that I can delete this. I have to manually go here and then delete it one by one. So I want to add a little cross icon that would allow me to delete this, whatever is inside this input right here, okay? And to do that, I'm still within the form. Right above the search icon, I'm going to bring in X icon from Lucid Solid. And then I'm going to go ahead, add in some classes. And then I'm also going to go ahead and add class list. And this is just going to be a conditional class. So I'm going to say opacity to 100 only if search.searchTerm.length is more than 0. This is the search that we have, right? And inside the search, we have that param. So if the search.searchTerm.length is more than 0, then it's only going to show its opacity would be 100. Otherwise, it's not going to be. And then I'm also want to add an on-click event to this, which will set the params to empty string for the search term right here. We also want to delete what's in our input. And to do that, we have the value property here on input. And inside the value, we're just going to say search.searchTerm. Otherwise, it's going to have empty string. So if there's no search term in the URL, then on the input, it's going to empty string as well. So let's take a look if that works. So I'm going to go ahead and do a Sarah again. And you see that the cross pops up right here, and it is also clickable. Let's take a look at the URL here and go at the end, search term equals Sarah. Now let's go ahead and click on this icon, and that gets rid of the search term. Okay, there we go. And also clears the input, and that's exactly what we want. Another improvement I want to make, and this is just optional, and this is going to be a loading state, a loading circle I want to show if our database or fetch takes a little while. Okay, so to do that, we want to add this specific code here right above our X. And here, what we're doing, we have a div with a class of absolute right 3 top 2. We have inside that div, we have another div, and it has a bunch of classes. You can go ahead and study that. And then this class list, again, a conditional opacity 100, if it's searching, and this is actually going to come from a transition. So we are going to use a transition from our solid. So we're going to say it's searching, use transition, and that's a function, and that's going to come from our SolidJS. Let's see what it does here on our application. So I want to go ahead in my data and go to my fetch filtered invoices function. Let's go ahead and introduce a little bit of delay, and we're going to do right inside our try just to see if that loading pops up or not. So let me do David this time. There you go. You take a look, that loading spinning, it's now showing while it is in the background working. And that's what you get from the it's searching transition. Use transition basically gives you that loading state. Awesome. I think we are pretty much done with our search component. All right, let's go back to our index page. And we have our search, we have our create invoice. The next component we're going to work on is the pagination. So let me go ahead and uncomment this and bring this pagination from our component. And let's go inside that component. Now there is a lot going on. And this pagination component, you can copy paste, you can go over. It's mainly have a bunch of JavaScript functions here. Not a lot to do with Solid. From Solid, what we're using is going to be the search params, because we need to now create a function to get the total pages. In order to create a pagination, we need to know how many pages it will require to show you all the data. Plus, we need to know what is the current page that we are on. So those are two props we definitely need. Let's go back to our index.tsx here. So let's go ahead and do total pages, which is going to be total pages and current page, like that. Now this total page, it's going to come from, we have to create another fetch functions for this and create here. So const total pages is equals to create async, and we're going to call this fetch invoices pages. So invoices pages. It is going to take our search term, is because when we do a search, the pagination should adapt with that, right? So if I'm searching for Sarah and Sarah has like 100 invoices, it's only going to show me that 100 invoice and not anything else, right? That's why total pages has to be aware of what is the search term. If the search term is empty string, it's going to bring in all of the data, okay? So let's go ahead, create this fetch invoices pages. We're going to go ahead and copy this function right here. Let's save this right now. Go to our data right underneath here. We're going to go ahead and do the same that we have been doing so far. Export const. I'm going to paste in that fetch invoices pages equals to, we need that query. We will give that a name. Let's just call this total pages. We want use server, try catch. I'm just going to go ahead and copy paste our error message here real quick. And here in our try, we're going to go ahead and do const. Let's do data await, and we'll have our SQL. Let's open our template. And here, let's write the SQL commands that we want. We want select count is going to count all the rows for us. Count is a SQL Postgres function from invoices. I'm going to join that customers on invoices.customer ID is equals to customers ID. Async, that's why this await is giving me an error. Of course, we are going to get that search term, which is going to be type of string, where now we're going to go ahead and provide those conditions. I'm going to copy paste to save some time. It's going to be similar to what we did in our previous function, which is customer.name, email, amount, all that good stuff. And that should do it for our data. And then we're going to say const total pages is equal to, we're going to say math ceiling. I'm going to query this to a number and then get the data, first property, get count, and we're going to go ahead and divide that by our items per page. That's just our calculation. Get the total page, but only show the first 6 rows. We're going to go ahead and return total pages like that. All right, let's go back to our index. Now let's go ahead and bring that. So now total pages, we've got total pages. We have to make sure to put this exclamation to make our TypeScript happy. And then for the current page, what we can do is take the same concept that we added our search term to URL. Let's go and add another param called page. So I'm on my search component one more time. Here on input, we're adding search term to our set params. I also want to add page, and that's going to be 1. The first page is always going to be 1. And then let's go back to index.tsx now, and then bring in this current page. The same way we brought the search term, we're going to pretty much make it copy, and we're going to say current page like that. And this one is going to be page. And this is actually going to be a string. So is course that to a number, okay? And then if it's not there, have 1. So right now we have our current page. We also have our total pages. Now let's take a look at our pagination component. You can take a look that each button, which is basically going to be a number. Let me show you. On our left-hand side, you can see our pagination here. So 1 of 32, and then we have a next button, and then we have a button that will take us at the end page. And if I click on here, our onClick function basically says go to page props.currentPage -1. That's going to be for our left side button, chevron left. Let's take a look at the chevron right. Chevron right on click, it's just going to take our current page, whichever page we are on, that's coming from the props, and then we're just adding 1 to it. What is this go to page functions doing? It's just pretty simple. It takes the number and it is only updating that page param as a string with that number. That's pretty much it. We are also using create memo here, but take a look. Here is an important thing I want you to notice when it comes to Solid, right? I'm going to go ahead and make it bigger, and you can take a look. Here is our pagination looks like. So we have a mobile version that looks like this, and we can click on here. It's go to 2, 32, click on here again. It's third. If I go to the desktop version, you see that the third actually has like a border where utilizing our class list here. Now notice one thing. Go to the URL. You were seeing the page is indeed 3. We are on page number 3. But our table is not updating. So if I go to number 1, you see that we still have the same Emily Chen at the very top, solid, only rendered one time. So this is something that you have to keep in mind. If I go to index, you see this search terms. I would have to call this search term as a function call, not only just search term equals to location.query.search term. I have to call this as a function like this. So is with the current page. Another thing, our table actually need another prop. So if I go to our table, this table now need another prop, which is called current page, which is going to be number. And then we have to pass this to our fetch filtered invoice. So we have to update that. So let's go ahead and do this. So I'm going to say props.current page. Now go back to our index here. We did not pass in our current page. So we're going to do that. So I'm going to say current page, and that's going to be number, of course that, and then get the current page, and I'm going to call this. So what I want you to notice here is that search term needs to be a function. Okay, current page needs to be a function. All right, so let's go back to our table, and then here, let's go to now fetch filtered invoice so that it's now take that into account for our props.current page. So here, right before our try, we're going to say const offset, and this is going to be also, we're going to take current page as a number here. So offset by current page minus 1 times by items per page. So we're setting the offset here, and we will use this offset here in our command, offset like that. Save this. Now you can see that we actually have a different result. So if I go back, you see the table right now is updating properly, okay? And any page that you're clicking, it is going to that middle and giving you this border. And that's happening because of this function. So we are creating max visible, a number. We're here also creating a visible pages here with the create memo that's taking into account the total pages, and we're doing some calculation here. Here we are doing show when props.current page. So for an example, if I do Sarah here, because Sarah do not have invoices more than 6, do not show me any pages. That's basically telling me there's no other page. So that is the logic here. So if props.current page is more than 1, and then on the first page basically, so let's say I'm here, do not show me that chevron left, and then similar logic here as well. You can see props.current page is less than props.total pages, and you guys can go check it out, this pagination component. So let me go ahead and change this dark color here, and it's going to be on our chevron left or right class here. So here you can see hover. So we don't really have a dark option. So we're going to say hover. Let's do BG. Let's just keep this BG-gray and then maybe like 900 or something. If I save this here, I'm going to go ahead and do it with all of them. That should do it. So there you are. We have our pagination. We have our search. Now, just when I thought that maybe the search component is all done, I remember that I can yet make another improvement on this. And that's just going to be, I'm going to copy paste one more time here. Basically what I want to do is on this input, I want to add a keyboard shortcut. So on key down is going to take the E. If e.key is escape, set param search term is going to be empty string page 1, e.target as HTML input element dot blur, and just adding a blur effect to this. So basically, if I now, let's say, add Sarah, now I can go ahead and click on this one to clear this up, or I can just click on escape on my keyboard. That would clear things up as well. And as soon as everything clears up, my table also goes to the first page. Okay, one last thing in this search component. So if you take a look in our input here, if I do search, let's say David, it brings up the table. But what if I press enter here? You see that this is now refreshes the page because that's the default behavior of a browser. I don't want that. So what I want to do here in the form element, I'm going to add an on submit here, and that's just going to do e.prevent default. If I refresh this page, and now if I do David again, and now if I press enter, nothing happens. All right, I think the search component is now done. I'm gonna go ahead and close this. And here in my index.tsx, I do have a pagination skeleton that I can use. So I'm gonna say suspense, like so. Let's wrap this pagination here, fallback, which will take our pagination skeleton. Let's say in our data.ts, in our total pages function, if we again introduce that delay, there you go. You have our skeleton, as you can see here. I'm going to go ahead and refresh this page one more time so that you can see there's our pagination skeleton working. Okay, so far we have all the components that we need in our invoice page. Now we have to go ahead and create that CRUD functionality. We're going to create a create invoice here, and then we're going to work on updating, and we're going to work on our deleting. As you can see here, we are still missing the delete button. So one by one, but so far, if you reach at this point, give yourself a pat on the back. You're doing awesome. So let's go ahead and keep moving forward. So we have our search, we have our table and pagination, of course. Now we're going to take a look at the create invoice. Let's go ahead and click on this. And here you can see it's just a link that will take us to dashboard/invoices/create. So this create would be a route. Let's go ahead and create that route inside our dashboard invoices. So I'm going to go ahead and say new file. We'll say create.tsx real quick here. And just to give you a reference, take a look at our left-hand side. This is the instance of our finish site. So here, if I click on the plus icon, which is our create invoice button, that would take us to this create page. So this is it, what it looks like. We have a breadcrumb at top, and then we have this create form. And if you take a look, the first element is a select element, will be pre-filled with customers. And then the next element would be an amount, invoice amount. And then third would be with two options, pending or paid. If you remember, this is how I designed the invoices table, right, in our database. So the invoices would need obviously an ID that would be a unique ID for that invoice. And it will also have a customer ID to maintain that relationship. So when I'm clicking here, let's say David Kim, I am connecting this amount invoices to the David Kim through that customer ID. Then we would need the status. On top of that, we have two buttons, create invoice and cancel. As you can see here, these two buttons are specifically designed. So I'm going to show you how you can do that as well. Here, we are in the create page. Let's open up a fragment. And then the first element will have breadcrumbs component, and the second one will have create invoice form. These are the two components we need. All right, for the breadcrumbs component, I'm going to go ahead and pass in this prop right here. Our breadcrumbs are going to be pretty simple for our example here. So I'm just going to go ahead and hard code this. So it will be two objects. Properties will be label, invoices, and the href it should go to. And obviously the active one will have create invoice, dashboard invoice, create active is true. All right, let's save this. And then I want to go to our component. Inside component invoices, I'm going to create a file. I'm going to call this breadcrumbs.tsx here. And then we will return something. Let's go ahead and create that interface. And the prop we are getting is also called breadcrumbs, which will be an object which will have a label, type of string, href, type of string, and of course active is going to be Boolean, like so, and this is going to be an array. So inside our return, we want to open up a nav element, and inside this nav element, I'm going to open an ordered list. So let me go ahead and give some class to this nav. First, we're going to say aria label breadcrumb, and then this class. We're also going to go ahead add some classes to our ordered list here as well. And then inside this ordered list, we are going to have our for component, because we want to iterate through this props. So you're going to say each props.breadcrumbs, open curly braces here. We're going to get breadcrumb and the index, and we will return this specific JSX. We are going to be using this anchor tag and the show from Solid as well. So we are getting breadcrumb, an index, and a list item. Here we have a specific class list based on if it's active. We are applying this text grade 400, otherwise it's just going to be 700. And then it's just going to have that link that goes to that breadcrumb.href link. So here's our very simple breadcrumbs. So let's go back to our index. Actually, let's go back to our create page. This is where our breadcrumbs are. And now let's go ahead and import this. All right, so it's because of this active, we have to make this optional. That's because on the first object, we don't have this active, right? Okay, so our breadcrumbs are ready. Let me go ahead and show you what's our result. So if I go back to index page, and now let's click on this plus, which is our create invoice button. If I make it a little bigger, you can see that full button right here. If I click on here, there you go. We are on our create page. You can verify that by going to the URL, where indeed inside dashboard, invoices, and create, and there is our breadcrumb. The create invoice is our current page, so that's our active page, so that's why it's grayed out. Okay, good. So now let's go ahead, uncomment this create invoice form, and the way I'm going to work with this create invoice form is we would need to fetch the customers to pre-fill that select input that I was just talking about, right? So here, I'm gonna just say customers, and then we're gonna say exclamation, and that's obviously coming from const customers. We will have to fetch it. So we're gonna say create async, fetch customers, like so. Let's go to our data and just create the fetch customers. So I'm going to go all the way down here and create that function. So you're going to say export const fetch customers is equal to our good old query, which is going to be an async function. Let's go ahead and give this a key. Use server like so, and here try, and the catch I'm just going to go ahead and copy. Database error, failed to fetch all customers, and here in our try, I'm going to say const customers is equal to await SQL. Now we'll use a type here, so you're going to say customer field type, and we're gonna use that as an array. Let's go ahead and take a look at this customer field type. You can take a look, it's just very simple. It just have an ID and a name, okay? So now we are going to go ahead, open our template string and write the SQL command. So we're gonna say select ID name, just ID and name from customers table, and order by name in ascending order. And then we're just going to return our customers like that. So pretty simple fetch customer function here. Let's go back to our create and then bring that in. Now let's go ahead and create this form, and we will go to our components inside our invoice. Let's go ahead and create another file. We're going to say create-form.tsx. Create invoice form. Going to get that props. Just getting a prop of customers. I think, there you go. Customer field. There you go. It's coming from our definition. And what we want to return here is a form element. And we're going to first create a div. Let's go ahead and give this class. And then the first section would be customer name section. So here, open up a div, give this div a class, just mb-4. Inside here, we're gonna create a label. We're gonna say choose customer. The label will get a for attribute. Remember, this is not React, so we don't have to do HTML4. And then we're gonna say customer here, and then we'll add some classes. Let's go ahead and copy the classes over like so. All right, so just underneath the label, we can have another div, and this div will have a class. And we're just gonna say relative, and inside this div, we're gonna have our select element. And the select element will have, the first thing will have its ID. So that's how this label is going to connect with the select. Just like input, your ID needs to match that for. So ID would be customer, and the name would be customer ID. Now take a look, name is customer ID and not customer name. And that's because we'll be using the customer name to show to our user, but as a value to that option, we're going to use customer ID because that's what we really need, not the name, but the ID to connect our invoice amount to that customer. So we're going to have class, so like that. And then here we're going to say value. Let's just do empty string. Now we're going to go ahead inside the select element. We'll have the option. The first one will just say select a customer, okay? It's kind of like a placeholder. So for this, we are going to add the value, and this one just going to be an empty string. The next options we will have to iterate through. So let's go ahead, get our for going here, and this one will be each. We will now use that customers from our props. We'll get each customer, and then we'll just return an option. Inside that option, we'll show customer.name, but in the value, we're going to get customer.id. And then just underneath this select here, we will add these two Lucid icon. Let's go ahead and bring them here, okay? So that's going to be just our first input, select input. All right, before we move on, let's go ahead and check it out how it actually looks like. So inside here, I'm going to bring that. So I'm on my create page. I'm going to bring that create invoice form. And now take a look. We are on our create page. We have our breadcrumb. We also have our first input of our form. Here is the first option, select customer. If I click on here, you see that we have all the customers available for us. All right. I'm going to go ahead and copy paste the rest of the form because it's basically going to be similar to this customer name. So I'm going to have invoice amount. You can take a look. We have label for amount, and we have an input this time, and the type is number. Okay. You can add a lot of validation here. You can add like a step that it has to be at least 1 cent and minimum 1. Placeholder introduce the amount class required so that if you are not filling that out, you won't be able to submit this form. So, and then we have our icon. Let's go take a look how it looks like. There you go. All right, the next up, we'll be using a field set, and this is going to be for invoice status. So field set, we'll have a legend, set the invoice status, and inside there, we'll have 2 input. That is going to be type of radio. All right, let's go ahead and add this lucid icons, bring that in, and then this check, bring them in as well. There you go. Take a look at here. We have pending and we have paid. They're obviously clickable, and these are the icons. One is check, one is for the clock. All right, and right underneath this div, we're gonna have those 2 buttons. So the first button is actually going to be a link, which will be, so let me go ahead and bring that in first, which will be our cancel button. And we added some classes here. And the second one is just a button, which I'm going to show you how you can create a custom button right here, right? So let me go ahead and comment this out and save this. And if you take a look on your left-hand side, here we have our cancel. And if I click on here, that takes us to our invoice page. So let's go back to our create page right here. And let's concentrate on this button, how we can create this. So this button I will create in the component, but not in any type of folder, dashboard and invoices, because this button is meant for reusability, right? So I'm going to just go ahead and create components, new file, and I'm just going to call this button.tsx. And if you ever looked at Chassis and UI, how they created their button to be reusable with some classes that they add, they also allow users to add classes on top of that. It is similar concept here. So you'll see how easy it is to create in Solid rather than in React, where you have a lot more code. So we're gonna say export function, and it's gonna be button, which will take props. We're gonna say button props. All right, return something. So we're gonna say type button props is equal to, it's gonna be JSX, and this JSX will come from SolidJS. And this JSX have all the type that we need. So the first one is gonna be button HTML attributes, and this will also going to have HTML button element. So now it has all the types that needed for an HTML button. So we're good there. Next up, we're gonna do something like this. So you heard me say when we are explaining core SolidJS functionality, there were 2 functions that they gave us, merge prop and split prop. In here, in this example, we'll be using split props because we want to split them. We want to add some default props, but also we want to allow our users to add additional props if they need to. So we're gonna say const local rest. This is going to be our 2 props. So I'm going to say split prop is going to come from SolidJS as well. It's a function. We're going to say props. And here we're going to declare what kind of props are we talking about. So the first one is going to be children, because we want to wrap the children. Button is going to be a wrapper. It will take children's. And then we'll have another prop that is just going to be a class. And here inside our return, we're going to have our good old HTML button. First is going to wrap children, which is going to come from our local. And here, as a prop, first, I'm going to just spread the rest here, whatever props our user want to add. And then I'm going to go ahead, add this class. So all these classes that I need by default, and I'm using this template string because I also want to add this local.class variable. And this local.class is going to be the classes that the user want to add on top of these default classes. And that's how you do it. That's how easy it is. This is it. Our custom button is ready to be used. Let's go back to our create form. And now let's bring this here. We're going to say that this is going to be a type of submit. And let's take a look. Create invoice button is ready with the color. Now here, if you come and do like a class and do BG red 500 and save this, let's take a look. Now it is red. All right, so that's how you create reusable component here in Solid. Okay, so far we've got our create form ready to go. Let's go to our create page. Now we'll be working on getting all this information and putting this into our database. All right, so now is the time for server action. So if you're coming from Next.js or you know React server components, then you are familiar with server actions. So SolidStart do allow us to utilize server actions as well, and that's what we're going to do here. So let's go back to our create form, and let me show you how you can work with server action on Solid application, SolidStart specifically. So here inside our form, since we have the button type submit, if I click this button, it's automatically going to submit the form for us. So here inside our form, we're going to add action, and we'll just call this action that we'll be create invoice. And we're also going to pass in the method. I'm going to say should be post method. Okay. Now for this, we're going to go back to our lib, and here we're going to create a file, and we're going to call this actions.ts. It's just going to be a TypeScript file. In this actions, we're going to define all the actions that we need for this example, for this app. So here, let's go ahead and define that create invoice action, right? So you're going to say export const create invoice. And just like we've been using query for server action, we have something called action. And that's going to come from Solid Router as well. And this is going to be an async function. We're going to get form data. We have a form data type. Let's go and give this a key. And here at top, just like we've been using useServer in our query function, we're going to do useServer here as well, because obviously we want to run this on server. And here, what we're going to first check if our form pressing on the button submit console logs those form data that we need. So we're going to say const raw form data, which is going to be an object. I'm going to say customer ID form data dot get customer ID. And the next one, we want amount. These are the fields we have. So we have the customer ID, which is the customer name, the first input. Then we have the amount, invoice amount, which has the name amount. That's how the form data gets that value. So if you go back to a create form here, so you take a look, the name, we say customer ID, the form data object gets the value or connect with the element through the name. So make sure you have the name in there. And the third one we want is status. Okay, and let's go ahead and just console log this. And let's go back to our create form. Let's bring this in. Let me open this browser console as well. Here we're going to go ahead and choose, and let's just do 100 here. Let's do paid, and then press create invoice. And there you can see here, we are getting the object back. So we are getting the customer ID, amount, status. Okay, so it is running on the server. Now I do want to show you a cool thing about SolidStart. Just take a look. This action right here, server actions, it is running on the server just because of this directive right here, use server. If you just comment this out and open up your console here, let me have the terminal here. And then now if I do the same thing, you see that now, instead of the terminal, it is actually console logging on your browser. So it's immediately going to a client-side fetch request. So this is really awesome in SolidStart because that's the mental model. If you want to run any function, just specify use server. Otherwise, it's just going to run on the client side. Just having that mental model, I think it's simplify things a lot. So we're going to make sure that this is always run on the server. So as of right now, our form is connected with our action. Now we just don't want to console log, we want to actually send this data to our database. So let's go ahead and just do that. Before we connect to our database, I want to show you one more thing. So let's go ahead and console log this type of data.amount. And here, let's do it again. Let's choose a customer. We are going to add an amount. Let's do pending this time and create invoice. And if you take a look in the terminal, the type of amount is going to be string. If you take a look at create form, our invoice amount, the input type is number. even though type is number, it still gets everything as a string. And that's just the default behavior. And that's why we have to make this a number and then convert it to cents. And that's just a good practice, storing amount in cents in database. All right, at this point, we also want to run some validation. So we want to check the information that's coming from are valid. To do that, there is a nice package out there called Zod, works with TypeScript very well. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go ahead and npm install Zod. So let me go ahead and kill my server here and do npm install Zod like so. And here we're going to import z from Zod. And the way Zod work is through a schema. So you're going to say const form schema is equals to z dot object. It's a function. And here we're going to provide the form data that we need to validate. The first one is going to be ID, which is going to be type of string, like so. Now this ID is going to be auto-generated through a database. So nothing to validate there. But the next step is going to be our customer ID, which is going to be another string. Next up, our amount. Now this time, we will be coercing that to a number. And then we're going to have our status. Let's go ahead, add some enum here. And we're going to say it has to be either pending or it has to be paid. And the last one is going to be date. All right, the date is also going to be created by our database. So date and ID, we wouldn't have to validate. So that's why we're going to say const create invoice here, form schema dot, we're going to omit those two properties. So you're going to say ID, yes, true, omit that, and also date to true, omit that as well. So now what we want to do, instead of raw data, let me go ahead and just cut this. We're going to say customer ID, amount, and status. We're going to get that from create invoice.parse. It's a function, takes an object, and here we're going to do this. So we're going to pass in all this form.get, the user provided data, and then we will pass that through this validation library, which is this Zod. And that would give us this customer ID, amount, and status validated. So here we want to now make that amount, turn it into cents. So we're going to say amount. Okay, that would convert our amount. And the next up, we're going to do const date is equals to new date. And we're going to do to ISO string split 0. And this formatting our date and the amount are just best convention for storing data like this to our database. Okay, now we're going to say await. We're going to get our SQL, open up our template string. And here we're going to say insert into invoices. And they're going to be first customer ID, amount, status, and date. The values going to be customer ID. And then for the amount would be amount, status would be status, and date would be date. Okay, now after we put this into our SQL, we're going to, instead of console log, we're going to throw redirect, and that's going to come from Solid Router as well. And we're going to redirect this to the route dashboard. So it's going to start with /dashboard/invoices like that. Instead of amount, it's going to be amount cents. This is the amount we want to put this in cents, right? Okay. All right, let's see if it works. Create invoice. This time I'm going to say Sarah Williams, or let's just say Olivia Martinez. That's fine too. We can say 22222, and instead of paid, let's do pending. Let's take a look. If I click on here, All right, nothing's going on. Let's take a look at our network tab. Let's go ahead and click. There you go. We are actually having an error here, and the error shows invalid value. Okay, looks like instead of pending, I'm missing an N. Let's go to our code here, to our actions. There you go. If I save this, now let's try it one more time. This time Emily Chan, do 2. Let's do pending, create invoice. There you go. Goes directly to our invoice page. And now you can see the Emily Chan is showing at the top. All right, so our create invoice is working. It's not fully decked out yet because we are still not working with our error handling, but let's go ahead, quickly work on our update invoice and delete invoice real quick. And then we are going to add all the error handling at the same time at end. So our update invoice is going to be a little bit different because we are now dealing with ID. So it's going to be a dynamic page. So if we go back to our index.tsx and here in our table, we have this update invoice. Now let's go back to our update invoices and let's see what it does. It is just a link that goes to dashboard invoices and props.id. So this ID is actually going to be our dynamic route. So in the route inside our invoices, we are going to create a folder, square bracket. Inside there, we're going to say ID. That's going to be our dynamic route. Similar concept. If you're coming from Next.js, this is how you create a dynamic route there as well. Inside here, you create your index file. And here, you're going to say export default function. And this is going to be our edit invoice page. Just like our create invoice page, we're going to have our update invoice page. And here, we're going to have similar. So we're going to have the breadcrumbs. So let's go ahead and bring this. And then we're going to have a form that's going to be specific to updating. So we're going to call this edit invoice form. Now, edit invoice form will take a couple of props. So first is going to take the invoice, because in the update page, you have to first show the already existing invoice, and then the user will modify that. So you need both. And then we're going to pass in our customers. All right, let's comment this out for a bit right now, and then talk about this breadcrumbs first. So we have this breadcrumbs component already ready, but take a look at this href right here. This is actually going to be our dynamic route. So where do we get that ID from? This params. SolidJS make it super easy. SolidStart, in fact, I should say. Const params equals to use params like that. That should come from SolidJS router. And that's it. That's where the ID is. So let me go ahead and just console log params.id real quick. So if I click on this update, there you go. On your left-hand side, you can see we have the breadcrumbs. Now let's take a look. Our console. It's actually not going to show in our browser console because it is indeed a server component. It is going to show the params ID of that invoice to our terminal. You must already notice that working in SolidStart, server component is super easy because you don't have to make that decision. This compiler is smart enough to know what is server component and what should be client component. So this component right here, even though I did not mention server, client, or anything like that, it is running on the server. Okay, so that's how easy it is to get our params. And then we are going to pass that to our breadcrumb. Now let's go ahead, create this invoice form. I'm going to uncomment this. Now let's go ahead and work on this edit invoice form. We're going to say const customers, create async fetch customer. One more here, and that's going to be our invoice fetch invoice by ID. All right, we want to fetch that specific invoice with this ID that we have from the params. So let's go ahead and quickly build this fetch invoice by ID function. Let's go to our data.ts file. So export const we're gonna say invoice by ID server. Obviously we're gonna get the ID type of string, and here let's do our try catch, and I'm going to paste in our catch here, error, database error, failed to fetch invoice, and the try we're going to do const data is equals to await SQL invoice form, and we need to create that type. So let's go ahead and create that type, invoice form, in our definitions. And that's going to be what's our invoice looks like. Our invoice looks like it's going to be ID string is obviously have our customer ID, which is going to be string as well. And then we have our amount is going to be number. And then we will have our status, and that's going to be either pending or paid. That's our type. Let's bring that in, and it is going to be an array. Select. We're going to say invoices.id. We're going to have invoices.customer ID. Invoices.amount. And then invoices.status. And that's going to be from invoices table. Now we're going to add the condition, which is going to be where invoices.id is equal to that ID. And now here we're going to say const invoice is equals to data.map, because this data is going to return an array of those rows. So we're going to map through each one of them. It's going to give us invoice. And then from there, we are just simply going to spread all the invoice and then amount. So we're going to convert them from cents to actual value here. So we're going to say invoice.amount divide by 100. All right, so once we get that invoice, then we're just going to go ahead and return that invoice, return just the first. We're going to go back to our index.tsx inside our dynamic route. We're going to bring that in, fetch invoice by ID. And then it's actually giving me an error because fetch invoice ID should get the ID as an argument. We're going to say params.id. All right, what's going on up here? Oh, of course, because we need to add this fragment like so. So let me go ahead and comment this out as of right now. And we're going to go back to our component in invoices. We're going to create a new file, and we're going to say edit form.tsx. All right, so let's do export default function edit invoice form, and it's going to return something, and of course it's going to take some props. We're going to say edit invoice form props. Interface, we're going to get invoice as the prop, which is going to be the invoice form type. And then we're going to get customers, which is going to be the customer field as an array type. Our edit invoice form is going to be pretty similar to our create form. We're going to go ahead and copy paste it. The only change is going to be is that our action will have an update invoice. And this action, take a look, we have to do .with props.invoice.id. So that's how we are going to bind that ID with this action. All right, what else we want to do? We want to bring in this for, of course, from SolidJS. And then these two, we want to bring it from our Lucida icons. This one as well. One more here. And then we need that cancel button here as well. And then we need our button. Here it's going to say update invoice. Let's go ahead, create this action real quick. So we're going to go to, I'm going to grab this, and we want to go to our action. So here we're going to do similar thing. We can use the same schema for this one as well, but we're going to just say update invoice is equals to, and then grab this like so. And then here we're going to create our export const update invoice is equals to action async function. We're going to get the ID. It's going to be type of string. And of course, we're going to get the form data, which is going to be form data like that. Update invoice. We're going to make sure that it's only running on server. We're going to do exact. In fact, I can grab this from here. We can grab this one from here as well. And then here we are just going to say await SQL template string. And this is the command we're going to write. We have a command called update our invoices, and then we'll be setting. So update invoices table, set the value, which value we want to set. We're going to do customer underscore ID is equals to customer ID. Amount is equal to amount in cents. And then status is equals to status like that. And we're going to say where ID is equals to ID. So we're going to go ahead and update invoices, customer ID, amount, status, where ID matches the ID. And we are going to go ahead and grab this and throw redirect dashboard invoices as well. Let's take a look what it looks like. So I want to go to edit form here. Let's bring this in. I think there is, there you go. All right. And I think there is no other error here. Now let's go back to our index page, uncomment this, bring this edit invoice form. Okay, so let's try it. Let's see if it works. So if I click on, let's say Emily Chan 222, if I click on here, that should go to our update page, but it looks like something is up. So edit form, props.invoice.status. So let's go back to our edit form here, and 105. Line number 105 here, props.invoice.status equals to paid. We have to wrap this edit form because we have to make sure that we have the customers and also invoice. They're both first available before we render this, right? So what I want to do here is, first of all, I want to go ahead and add a suspense. And let's just go do the fallback. Let me bring the suspend here. And I'm just going to have this saying loading. Okay. That did not solve it. So what I have to do is we're going to have to use this component, which is show. And let me bring that show component. And we're just going to make sure that both are first available. So when invoice is available and also customers are available, then show the invoice form. So if you take a look at left-hand side, we indeed have the form here. That was just, again, because SolidJS renders one time at the beginning. It is rendering the component before the props are ready, okay? So with the help of show, we can now wait for that fetch before we then render it, edit invoice form. Let's go to our invoice page real quick, and then let's go ahead and try to update David Kim here. You see that now it is working perfectly. Let me take a look if we can update. So what we want to do, we don't want to change the customer yet. I want to make this, change this to 11.11, and let's change this to pending, and then update invoice. Perfect. There you go. We are going back to the invoice page. As you can see here, we are indeed updating David Kim's invoice to 11.11. I'm going to try it one more time with Emily Chan here. So edit here. I'm going to just, instead of pending, I'm going to go ahead and mark it paid. Update invoice. You can see that it is also showing at the top 222. It is paid. Okay, so from the CRUD, we have created, we have read it, and then we just finished updating our invoice. The only function remaining is delete. So I'm going to go ahead to these buttons, and here you can see we have delete invoice where we commented out the entire thing, and delete will be super duper easy. All we need to do here is return a form, and we're going to do this inside the delete button itself, and we're just going to, here's the button, here's a trash to icon, so let's bring it from Lucid, and then we're just wrapping this button with a form element. Okay, the button itself is a type of submit. The form will have an action that would be delete invoice with props.id. We have to also provide the ID to this action. Based on that ID, we will delete that specific invoice. So let's go ahead and grab this and go to our action and create our function. So we're going to say export const delete invoice action async. We'll have the ID as string. We're going to say delete invoice. And then we're just going to simply say await SQL delete from invoices table where ID is equals to ID. That's how easy it is. And let's see what happens. So we're going to go back to our buttons. Here we're going to go ahead and bring that in. Okay, now if we go back to our application, you can see that indeed we do have a button with a trash can icon, and let's see if it works. So if I click on here, there you go. It's been deleted right away. I can go ahead and delete this 1111, it's 999, and I can do as many as I want. All right, so that was our CRUD functionality for you. The next we're gonna do is error handling, because if something goes wrong in that CRUD functionality, you should be showing an error message to your viewers. So that's our next step. So I'm going to go to my invoice page and go to my create form here. Take a look at this. Now, if I don't fill out any of this input and then try to create the invoice, I'm going to clear my network tab here. It's going to give me this validation error. Now this validation error is actually coming from native input element, because we have, if you take a look, required attribute to our input here. So it's stopping us from submitting this form, which is great. Now, if I put an amount here, and now if I try to create this invoice, you can see in our network tab, we are getting an error message that's coming from our server. But on the UI itself, there's no indication what went wrong, right? So that's what we are trying to fix. Now, a couple of ways I can go about that. I can have this required attribute on all of my input. So for the first select, and then if I go down here, I can have this here and here for the statuses, 2 inputs right here. If I save this, now if I, let's go ahead, put a number here, try to create invoice, you see that it is actually giving me a validation error, which is select an item in the list. Now if I go ahead and select an item right here, now try to create, it's going to give me the status validation error. Okay, so let's go ahead and remove information from this table and now try to create this invoice. You see that it is actually going to go step by step. So it's like a synchronous effect. So it doesn't show you all the errors at the same time. It's just going to show you the first error that it encounters and then throw them right away. And that's an issue because if let's say Alex Johnson, go ahead and try it again. Now it's giving me this error. Then I'm fixing this, try to create invoice again. Now it's giving me another error. So one by one, which is not ideal, I feel like. Another issue with that is that this message, it works, but I think I would like a more custom error message to show to my users. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to go ahead and just remove required. I'm going to keep the required for the input here. And then go to our action. And we're going to go all the way up here. I'm going to make this form schema more robust because Zod actually gives us a lot of function that we can use to validate our input field more precisely. I'm also seeing this update invoice not being used, and that's because I think in our update invoice function, we use create invoice, which should be update invoice. Okay, so that's fixed. So for the ID, we're going to keep it z.string, and then customer ID, z.string. Let's go ahead and add some validation here. So we can chain this together. We can say min, so minimum of 1 number, and then the second argument, it will be the message. And I can have the message like, say, please select a customer like that. So it's going to validate the customer ID. Not only it has to be a string, but it has to be at least 1 character, and then send this message if it doesn't suffice. Message, please select a customer. We're going to go ahead and do this with the amount as well. So this time we're going to say GT, so .gt, and that's GT stands for greater than. And here we're going to say, so the amount has to be greater than 0. And again, this message, and we're going to say, please enter an amount greater than 0, like so. And let's go ahead, work with this enum here, right outside this array. I'm going to add our message, and this one also going to be please select an invoice status, like so. And the next thing I want to do is that I want to create a type. I want to create a definition of what the response should look like for our create invoice. So let's go ahead and do like type. I'm going to say action response, and I'm going to say field errors. Now all these options are going to be optional. If there is an error, right, that's going to come from these properties. So customer ID, field errors, the name came from Zod. Zod used this naming convention, so that's why I'm using field errors. So what property do we have? We have the customer ID. If there's any error, we want to have that as an array. Then we're gonna do the same exact thing. It's gonna be string, and then status is gonna be string as well. I think that's it. And I'm going to add null. So if there is no error, it's just going to have null as a value. I'm going to have another option. It's going to be form error, which is going to be string or null. So here I'm separating 2 types of errors. So field errors are going to be for each element, each input and select, and form error is going to be for the entire form if there's anything wrong with it. And then these other 2 options are going to be success, and this is just going to be a Boolean, and I'm going to have a message like so. So this is the definition of my action response here. So when create invoice action send a response, that should satisfy this type. So here I'm going to go ahead and just code this because I'm going to use this later. And here I'm going to have validated fields now. And instead of parse, I'm going to use safe parse. So safe parse gives you the ability to customize your messages. And it's going to give you this validated fields, which will have a success property. So with that success property, now we can check if validated fields, success. So you see that it has 3 properties. Data will have the response, error if there is any error, and success if it is successful. So I'm going to use success here. I'm going to say if it's not successful, right? Then just return this object. We're going to say field errors. We're going to say validated fields dot error dot flatten, and that's a function. And then we're just going to go ahead and add field errors. And the next property we're going to use are going to be form error, and we're going to say null. And those are the 2 fields we're going to send out. And then that should satisfy this action response. Okay, so this is our error check first. And now here, we're going to do const are going to come from validated fields.data. And instead of just calling SQL right away, we're going to go ahead and do a try catch. So I'm going to grab this here and add an error right underneath here, the SQL. Let's go ahead and console log this as well. And we're just going to say inserted new data. And for the error, we're going to console.error with error. We can also throw an error here saying failed to create invoice, please try again later, cause error. Okay, just to give you a review, we are first checking that each field has met its minimum requirement. And then we are defining this action response. We are checking if these validated fields are success or error. If not success, then we are sending this field errors, like if it's something wrong with the customer ID field or amount field or status field or all together, then we are flattening them and sending them. Form error, we're not sending anything because it's just going to be null, because this is just the field errors, not actual form error. And then we're adding a try catch. So we're going to try the SQL here, console log. If there's something wrong with the form error, then we can go ahead, do the catch error here. Now we have to show it in our create form. So SolidJS gives us a nice function for this. We can use submission. So it's a use submission hook. So const submission, we're going to say use submission, and we're going to pass in our create invoice action to this use submission. Okay, use submission is also going to come from router. And now we're going to use this submission. And here, right underneath this 2 circle user chevron down, and then this closing div here for the select option, I'm going to paste in this JSX, which is basically going to be a show component. And it's checking when submission.result, if it has a field errors, and then it's going to show us error for the customer ID and the message. I'm going to go ahead and add an extra class here. I'm just going to say text small. And one more thing I'm going to do, you take a look at the div ID here, customer error. I'm going to add this to the select element through aria. And I'm going to say aria described by customer error. So it has to match this ID. So this is how you kind of maintain that relationship between this error. I'm going to do the same exact thing under amount. So right after this closing div for the lucid icon for this amount. So here, when submission result field errors dot amount, then show this. I'm going to add text small here. And this amount error, we already have already described amount error here. I think there is, let's do amount error like this. I'm going to comment this required field just for a bit so you can see the result. Okay, so, and then we have one more. And right before this closing field set, I'm going to add this. This is going to be for the status. And this is not the customer error, but rather it's going to be status error. Add this text small here. And I'm just going to add aria described by this one and here as well. Okay. All right. Now let's go ahead and refresh for good measures and see if this is working. Now, if I try to create invoice without putting in any information. There you go. You see that we are indeed connecting with our server, but our server is not going to database or anywhere else. It's just right away sending you this error messages back for each field. So for the first one, please select a customer. And the second one, please enter an amount greater than 0. And the third one, please select an invoice status. And it gives you the error message right away. So you don't have to worry about like one by one. So here, let's go ahead and do Alex Johnson here. Let's do 233.33. And then let's just do paid here and see if it works. I want to know if that's going to redirect me. So now if I do this, and now if I create invoice, take a look at this. We have 23333, and we are back on our invoice page right here. So for the create invoice, we are handling our errors. We are making our validation more robust, but I still want to make some more improvements. And this is just going to be for the user experience. What I want to do is, instead of sending them directly to the invoice page right away, once you create your invoice, I want to show some sort of toast that says, hey, you created this invoice successfully. We are redirecting, instead of like jumping onto the invoice right away. So I'm going to show you how to do that. And for the toast library, there is a nice little solid toast library that I'm going to show you. And we will install that as well. Here it is. Take a look at this. It's pretty similar to your Shadcn UI toast, which is nice. If I click on success, you can see here, error, promise, there you go. So we are going to use this one. So it looks like this, npm install solid toast. Let's go ahead and install this. And let's go ahead and prepare our code for that. So in action.ts, I'm going to make some changes here. So right underneath this console.log that says inserted new data, I'm also going to add in a return, an object. This will have success. We're going to do true. We're going to have a message. We're going to say invoice created successfully. And then we're going to say field errors, null. And then form error is also null. Like that. We are going to say it satisfies our action response, like so. So I don't need the direct here, so I'm going to comment this out. I don't want it to redirect from the server. I want to show the toast with this success message that invoice created successfully, and then it will navigate to our invoice page. And that navigation will do it through this create form client side. So right underneath this submission, we're going to say const navigate is equals to, we are also going to have use navigate hook. That's going to come from SolidJS router as well. Okay, to show the toast now, what we have to do is we're going to use create effect, which will also come from our SolidJS. And that's how you're going to track our toast. Create effect, similar to use effect, but much more powerful, and you don't have to keep track of any type of signals or state. Create effect automatically does that for you. So inside this create effect, the first thing you're going to do is check if submission.error, if that exists. So you're going to say submission.error. If there's any error, we are going to get toast. Now toast is going to come from solid toast dot error. And this is how you are going to invoke the toast. So here we're going to say submission dot error, and then we're going to have the message. And right underneath this if, we're going to say else if submission dot result success. Then we're going to go ahead, say const t is equals to toast dot success, and provide two arguments here. So the first argument would be a template string where I'm going to provide that success message. So submission dot result dot message, and we're going to have a new line, and then we're going to say redirecting in 2 seconds. And here we're going to provide that duration, and I'm going to just give a little more than 2 seconds just to be safe. And right underneath, we're going to create that timer. So set timeout. We're going to now use the navigate we want to navigate to dashboard invoices. Then we're going to dismiss the toast, and we can pass in that T. That's why we created that variable. And let's go ahead, provide the duration we want for 2 seconds, so 2000 milliseconds here. And right on here, we're gonna say on cleanup function because we need to clean this set timeout. This cleanup is also gonna come from SolidJS. And here we're just gonna call clear timeout with the timer. And just to be sure, we are going to call that dismiss one more time here as well. Okay, so inside this create effect, we have now toast set up. Now it's not going to just work. We have to go to our app.tsx because we need to now wrap our entire application with that toast so that it can work. So toast has its internal context. We're gonna go to our app.tsx here and just go ahead and delete this navigation. You don't need that. And right underneath this suspense, I'm just going to have that toaster, and that should come from solid toast. Okay, now that should be it in terms of like setting this up. Let's go ahead and try it out. So here we're going to first try to create an invoice without any information. We have our error messages. Let's go ahead and try this. David Kim. Let's do 99999, and then let's do pending and create invoice. There you go. Nice little toast. And then it tells you 2 seconds, and then we are navigated back to our invoice page. Awesome. That's exactly what we wanted. Now I do want to check the error here. So if I go to action.ts, and let's say right before we are going to the SQL, we're throwing this error, right? Simulated database failure. Let's see what happens now. So we're going to go ahead, try to create another. Let's do 33333. Let's do paid this time and create invoice. There you go. Failed to create invoice. Please try again later. So it works with our server error as well. Just wanted to show you that this is all good. I'm going to comment this out. So once you download it from my GitHub repo, will be given in the description. You can check this out as well. All right. So right now we done this with our create form. Let's go ahead and do the same exact thing with our update form as well. So you're going to go ahead, action.ts, and then this update invoice will be doing the same exact thing. Let me go ahead and grab this. Save parse. All right, so I think that should do it. All right, we're going to go back to our edit form. Now we have to add those same error statuses like this. I'm going to go ahead and copy this entire thing here. So you don't see me just typing the same thing one more time. You can take a look. We're doing the exact same thing. We're bringing in submission from use submission when we are submitting the update invoice action here, navigate. If submission.error, then toast const is exact same function. So let's go ahead and check this out. If I click on edit, so instead of 33, let's go ahead and do 66 and then update invoice. There you go. Invoice updated successfully, redirecting in 2 seconds. So this is awesome. So we have error handling on our create form and then also our update form. In our actions, in our delete invoice, let's go ahead and add that as well. And this is just going to be very simple. We're just going to add a try catch here. And of course, we're going to catch if there's any error. After we're deleting from the SQL, we're just going to return success true message invoice deleted successfully. Okay, that's going to be for our delete. Now, take a look at this application. So as of right now, if I click on delete, so here we have David Kim for $89. If I click on this delete button, it gets deleted immediately. Now it works, but for an application like this, where you don't really want accidental deletion of any invoices, this is not going to work, right? At least there should be a warning system. So that's what we're going to change here. instead of deleting the invoice right away, what we're going to do is we're going to change this button into a trigger that will open up a modal. And in that modal, it will have the name and the invoice. And it's just going to ask you, are you sure you want to delete this particular invoice? And then it will have two options, keep item or delete it, right? I think that's what we're going to do. So if you go to table.tsx, and if you remember, we have this component alert dialog, which is currently commented out. And we're using this delete invoice only. Instead of using delete invoice, I want to use alert dialog box. Let's go ahead and create that. I'm going to go inside invoice. I'm going to create a new file. I'm going to say alert dialog.tsx. And here we're going to say export default function, alert dialog, and it's going to get props. We're going to have prop like so, and then it's going to return something. Let's go ahead and create that props interface. And it's going to take, let's take a look at the table. It's going to take the invoice.id, and that's given, right? We want to know the ID so that we can delete that invoice. We also want to know about the amount and the name. And that's because we want to show that, hey, do you want to delete this particular invoice that belongs to this person for that amount? Okay. So alert dialog box, here we're going to say we want ID, which is going to be string. We are also want amount, string, and name, string as well. So let's go ahead and return a little bit of JSX here. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to say trigger button. And it will have type. We're going to say button. We have to provide type equals to button because by default, button actually has a type of submit. I find it really odd. So I want to add a little bit of class, and I want to add this ARIA label to it. And inside this button, as of right now, just going to have that trash icon. That's going to come from our Lucid Solid. Now it should have an on-click function because we want to open that dialog box. But before we do that, I want to create the dialog backdrop. And here we are going to utilize a show component like this. And this show component will show whatever inside here when that dialog is open. So here, let's go ahead and put in when. I need to add a fragment here. That's why it's giving me all sort of error. So let me go ahead and bring all this aside. Now I do want a couple of signals that I'll be using. So one is going to be is open and set is open. And that's because we want to track whether our dialog box is open or not. We're going to say create signal. And I want to make sure that create signal is coming from SolidJS and not the type. And here we're just going to say false to begin with. I'm also going to utilize use transition. So to use transition is going to give us pending and start, and we will get the use transition from SolidJS as well. We're just going to invoke that function like so. All right, so show here, we're going to say when is open. I'm going to call that function. When is open is true, we're going to first return this piece of JSX where you can see we have a on click has a closed dialog. Let's comment this out for a bit right now. This div is just for that backdrop, like it's going to put things out of focus. So like an opacity, if the pending is true, then opacity would be 0. It's not going to show, but opacity would be 100 if pending is not true. Okay, based on that, we're adding some classes here. And then we're going to do an on click here as well. That would add the close dialog function, but let's talk about that in a bit. Other part of this is actually going to be the dialog, and this dialog will have this div first, and this particular div, let's add some property here. We're going to first do our role. We're going to say it's going to be a dialog. We're going to add some ARIA. We're going to say ARIA modal like that. We're going to say true. We're making this accessible. Let me go ahead and just copy paste this too, like so. And then we are also going to add this class. Make sure that Z50, so you want that model on top of everything else, right? And it has to be fixed item center, justify center. I want that model to be right in the center. So inside this div, I think I need to bring this show. That's why it's giving me an error. Okay, so right inside this div, we're going to add another div. And this one's going to have, take a look, some classes, class list again, depending on that pending use transition, and tab index 0. And inside this div, we're going to have this h2, have an ID of dialog title, class, confirm deletion. Okay, I'm going to stop here, and then I'm going to add the trigger just to see what we have so far. So inside here, the trigger button, I'm going to add an on-click, and this on-click simply going to call a function, open dialog like that. Let's define this function here. Say const open dialog. It's going to be an error function, which will call another function, toggle dialog, with true value. And let's define this toggle dialog function, const. It's going to take open as an argument, which is going to be type of boolean, and here is going to start that transition, which is going to be a function, and then is going to do set is open and whatever the value open is. And then we're going to do the same exact thing, but we're going to call this close dialog, and this one is just simply going to do false. So we have two function. One, I'm going to pass in to the trigger button right here, open dialog, which will just trigger this is open. And based on this is open, if that's true, then it's going to show here, right? Also, I want to uncomment this one here since we already have the close dialog function as well. And inside this div, we also have a confirm deletion h2. So let's take a look how it shows. Before we do that, we have to go to the table. Now we have to comment this delete invoice or previous delete invoice and uncomment alert dialog. Make sure we have imported that. There is a spelling mistake here. That's why it's not working. Let's go back to table, and now let's try to import this. There you go. Alert dialog. It's coming from our alert dialog component. And here we are saying amount. Number is assigned to string. Let's go to here, and instead of string, let's do number. And that should take care of this. I think we have another alert dialog here, so let's go ahead and uncomment that as well. We're going to get rid of this delete invoice. Okay, let's go ahead and test it out. So we have this Emily Chan 448. Let's see if I click on this button right here, we are seeing the modal appears. You see that background is kind of like dimmed, and that's because of this backdrop div right here. And this dialog comes in here. Okay, so it's working. All right, let's keep going, building our alert dialog box. Right underneath this h2 confirm deletion, we're gonna have a p tag. And let me go ahead and grab that p tag here. We're gonna say in a paragraph tag, are you sure you wanna delete the invoice from props.name for props.amount? Pass that into our format currency function that we already been using. So let's go ahead and import that. So that's our paragraph. And right underneath this paragraph, we're gonna have this div. Now this div is going to have two buttons. The first one is going to have on-click handle cancel. We're going to create that function. Disabled is pending. So if it's pending, then it's going to be disabled. And the first one is going to say keep item. That's basically if I accidentally click on that delete trash icon and the modal comes up, way to just, you know what, keep item, don't delete it. So this is what it's going to do. And then the second button is actually going to be, take a look at this. It should seem familiar to you because we did the same exact thing in our buttons, this form right here that we previously had. It's a form, action, delete invoice with props ID, you know the drill. So basically what we're doing, I'm copying that and putting this here. That's all we need to do. So we have a keep item button, and the next button will be that form that would delete this invoice. So let's bring this delete invoice from our actions And let's go ahead and create our handle cancel function. And you can go ahead and create a separate function that will basically call this close dialog, or we can just use close dialog here. Okay, that works too. Another thing I want to do, but let me check if it works, then I will make one more improvement on this. So here, let's do Emily Chan 448. Click on here. There you go. We have our modal. First check. Are you sure you want to delete invoice for Emily Chan? That's correct. The name is correct. And 448, that amount is also correct. And this action cannot be undone. Click on keep item. That closes the modal. And then if I do it again, and this time if I click on delete, it does delete the invoice. Perfect. Now, the other improvement I wanted to make here is that, let's say $5 right there for Sarah Williams. Let's go and click on this one more time. Sarah Williams for $5. Now, once I'm focused on this modal, I also want to add a keyboard shortcut, escape key, so that I can just get rid of this modal just by pressing escape key. To do that, I want to create another function, and I'm going to say here const handle key down. It's going to be arrow function. It's going to take the event and it's going to take the keyboard event type. And I'm going to say if e dot key is equals to escape, we're going to call the function close dialog like so. And then we have to pass this function. So we're going to pass this to this dialog here. So here we're going to say on key down, handle key down. Let's try it. So here I'm going to click on the delete. While I'm here, if I press the escape, I'm pressing the escape on my keyboard, it goes away. Fantastic. All right, we are almost done with our application here. Next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to add in the customers. We're going to go to our customers and then customer.tsx. And if I go customer page here, you see that we only have an H1 that say this is a customer page. So in our customer page, we want to show, similar to what we show in our invoices table, we want to show a table that has the customer's information only. So we're going to say customers table. And this is a component we have to build. We're going to pass in the customers. Like so. And here we're going to say const customers is equals to create async. And this one is going to be fetch filtered customers. So fetch. So you see that we have a fetch filtered invoices. We want to have a fetch filtered customers. We're going to have that search functionality. So even though we have only 6 customers right now, eventually you will have more than 6 customers. And at that time, search functionality will come in handy. So you're going to say fetch filtered customers. And we are also going to take the search term. It's going to be a function. We're going to say as string. It should seem familiar to you because we did the same thing on our invoices page. So here, let's get our search term. We're going to say const search term is equals to a function, and that's going to come from our location. Let's get a location going here first, because the search term, again, is going to come from our URL. So if you take a look at our index here, so here we're going to do the exact same thing. So location and search term, and then we're going to pass in that search term. Only thing we are not doing is that current page. We can do this if you eventually want to add the pagination as well. That's up to you, but I'm just going to keep it simple here, and I'm just going to have location equals to use location like that, and then search term location dot, we're going to have query dot search term. If that doesn't exist, then just going to be an empty string. All right, first let's go ahead and create this customer table. I'm not going to spend too much time on this because it's going to be very similar to our invoice table. So inside our components, I will go ahead and create another folder. I'm going to call this customers. It's going to be our customers page. Inside here, I'm going to have a file, and I'm going to just call this table.tsx, like so. And I'm going to just go ahead and paste in the entire component. Okay, you see that in our customer table, we are using the search here. Instead of using it here, we are actually using the search on the table itself. And that's up to you. You can use the search inside the table itself, or you can have it separately show up here like we did for our invoice page. The definition we need is formatted customers table. So let's go ahead and create that definition. So we're going to go to our definition.ts, and we're going to have this type. We need the name, email, image URL, total invoices, total pending, total paid, all this information we need. Okay, so let's go ahead and create this definition here. So that works. And in customer, I'm going to now go ahead and bring this from our component. And now we're going to go ahead and build this function into our data.ts. So let's go ahead and do that. And I'm just going to go ahead and copy the fetch filter customers, which is going to be pretty similar to our fetch filtered invoices. The only thing is this, we have this formatted customer table type already. So I'm going to use that type. So bring that in. Okay, so query, it's taking the search term use server, try const data, SQL. We are getting the ID from customers table, name, email, image URL, and count function, which is going to be invoices.id as total invoices. We're summing this up. Case when invoices.status is pending, then invoices.amount else 0. You know the drill. We already did similar things on our fetch filtered invoices from customers, and then left join invoices on customer ID is equals to invoices.customer ID there. We are adding this customer.name, search term here, and that should do it ordered by customer's name. Okay, so we have this issue here. Let's take a look. Argument of type string is not assignable to parameter of type number. And that might be because I changed that type. So let me go ahead, copy this type and go to a definition and create this. It turns out that it is not exactly the same because the numbers that we're getting from the database is going to be number. So now if I go back to data and now bring this in, that should solve our issue. Okay, so other than that, you can see that it's pretty much the same thing. Try catch, error, filtered customers. All right, so we're gonna go back to our customers here. Let's bring that function here. And that should take care of this. So let's go ahead and take a look at what it looks like. So there you go. Take a look. This is our customer page, and this is what we have. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 customers. We have the email, we have the name, we have its image URL, total invoices, total pending, total paid, all that good stuff. We can also do a search here. So if I do Alex, there you go. If I do David, there you go. All works. Perfect. What I suggest you do is go ahead and try to implement a CRUD functionality just like we did in Invoice on this customer page as well. This is how you are going to learn. If you're coding along so far and you reached to this point of this video, absolutely give yourself a pat on the back and congratulations for reaching this far. You have accomplished a lot, you have learned a lot. So I want you to implement that CRUD functionality to the customer's page. If you're stuck, you can ask me questions in the comments below in the video or do your search, try to find answers for yourself. Sometimes a little bit of struggle helps you learn a lot better than just seeing a YouTube video and then copying whatever I do. So this is going to be your homework. I want to do here in the customers page though, I want to add a suspense here just to get that skeleton going. So I'm going to say fallback, and here I'm going to say invoice form skeleton, and that should work because our table is structured the same way. Okay, so we are almost done. The one thing left here, let me make this bigger, is in this invoice, in these customers, we're doing a lot of fetching. So what if something happens on your database? Instead of like crashing your whole application, let's go ahead and use error boundaries. Error boundary work in SolidJS pretty similar to what React does. So if something's wrong, then instead of crashing your application, it's going to show you a nice little message. And that's what we're going to work on. And inside route, you see that this is our layout component, right? We're going to add that error boundary inside the layout. Underneath this side nav, we're going to have this component called error boundary, like that's coming from SolidJS. And our div here is going to go inside that error boundary. And this error boundary is going to take a fallback. So if something goes wrong, this is what it's going to show. It's going to take a function, it's going to take error, and then a reset, and then it's going to return a little bit of JSX. So rest is going to be reset. So let's take a look. If anything goes wrong, then it's going to show this bit of JSX, which have a button, try again. On click reset, this reset and error functions coming from SolidJS, so you don't have to do anything. All you have to do is just style this page. Something went wrong, error message like that. And then obviously if there's no error, it's going to return this props.children, all of that dashboard. So let me see if I can show you by going to close the database, like stop my Postgres database and see if I can see the error. So right now, let's do this. Let me show you without the error boundary first. I'm going to go ahead and stop my Docker. I'm going to go back to my Acme homepage. Now let's take a look. If I go to dashboard, there you go. We have this massive error. My application is broken. Let me go back. And now let's go ahead and uncomment this and put this inside error boundary. Save it. Now let's go ahead. Dashboard. There you go. Nice little message. Something went wrong. Failed to fetch card data. Try again is a button where if I click on here, it's going to try again. It's going to try to refresh. If I go to the invoice page, it's going to try the same thing. Something went wrong. Failed to fetch total number of invoices. So not only is showing you something wrong, we can also get the message what's wrong. Okay. So let me back my Postgres up again. So let's do that. Okay, my Postgres database is running. Let's see if it's working. I'm going to press on try again. Perfect. You see? Pretty amazing. And this is how easy it is. All right, we are almost done. The final thing I want to do on this application here is a little bit of font change, a little bit of SEO and title, how you can add meta tag and stuff like that. So first, this font, I want to change this. I want to change to something that custom font, okay? You can use your Google font if you like and import that into your global CSS file. What I'm going to do is I'm going to actually download a file and put this into my public folder. So inside my public folder, I'm going to create a new folder. I'm going to call this fonts. I'll put this here inside my fonts. And now, how do I use this font? I want to go to my global CSS, which is going to be here inside my source folder, app.css. And then I'm going to go ahead here. Font face, font family, newsreader, source, going to be /fonts, and then format, font weight, font style, normal. All right. Okay. And then we are going to add this to our body. I'm going to say font family, newsreader, sans serif. There you go. Take a look at this font right here. So dashboard, you see that all the fonts are now changed. That's how you can add fonts, custom fonts to your Solid project. What I also want to do is I want to add some images. So now I'm going to go back to this index.tsx page, and I'm going to go ahead and uncomment this section right here. It's coming from Hero Mobile PNG, so let's go ahead and bring that. So I'm going to just put this inside my public folder as well. There you go. Hero desktop PNG and Hero mobile PNG. Save this. Perfect. There you go. We have an image. If you go to our mobile version, you take a look. It goes to our hero mobile.png. And we are achieving this by just adding a hidden class from our Tailwind. Now let's talk about our SEO optimization. So the first thing we're going to do is we want to see on the tab, instead of localhost, we want to see the name, the title. That's the first thing. We want to see some meta information on our DOM as well. So to do that, what we want to do is we're going to bring in a package called SolidJS Meta. So if you take a look here on our SolidStart documentation, there is this meta. You can say get started right here. And then we just have to install this. And now I'm going to go to the app.tsx. Okay, that's kind of like my root application here. And here, instead of this fragment, a meta provider. And that's going to come from SolidJS meta, like that. This SolidJS meta will also give us this component called title. Here we can add the title that will show up on our tab. So you're going to say solid dashboard example. Let's bring in this title, which is going to come from SolidJS meta. Here we can get another component that's also going to be from SolidJS meta. And this is just going to be a self-closing component. Here we can now add different type of meta tag. So we can say name, it's going to be description and content. Let's just add in SolidJS and SolidStart tutorial, like that. If I save this, let's take a look at this tab right here that says localhost 3000. Now it's changed to solid dashboard example. That's exactly what's coming from this title. Let me make this bigger and open up inspect element here. So we put this here. You see there is this head tag, and inside here we should have this meta name, description, content, SolidJS and SolidStart tutorial. Awesome. You can read on this package even more to make it dynamic, how you can add more dynamic meta tag and make your application SEO optimized for SolidStart. All right, folks, we are at the end of this video. It has been a pleasure building this application. It has been a pleasure working with SolidStart. I mentioned at the beginning of this video, do check out this framework. Don't sleep on it. I'm not saying you should give up on React, Next, or anything like that, but framework are just tools, and you should use the tools that best help your course. So with that said, I will appreciate if you leave me a comment down below, whether you like this video, share it amongst your friends if you think they will be benefited from this type of video, and let me know what other projects you would like me to build next time. Like always, the GitHub repo with all this code are going to be linked in the description, so do check them out. And if you do, don't forget to leave a star there, and I will see you in the next one. Thank you, everyone. Happy coding.